Morning all, let's sit. Thank you. And just take a minute to sort of put everything in reasonable shape here. I need to spread out. That's all right. Double ups. So I don't hold that one. Got the achievements. That there. Don't need those two. Got those there. That's the latest.
You're a smart
That is
Everyone's
speech. Might need that. Okay. Put that up there. Okay. Right, well, councillors, members of the media and public and local board chairs, I see there's a number of you there, good to see you, and also staff, and through Stephen to you all. So we seek wisdom, understanding, insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others. Patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy while we work in the best interests of this great city. So to you all, a very, very good morning and a nice frost to you all. Right, we will move on to apologies. Apologies from the other side of the world, from Councillor Penny H and Councillor Sir John. I'll move that. Seconders. Councillor Alf, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, pass. Right, we move on to declarations of interest. No declarations. Confirmation of minutes. Right, we've got a relatively long and extensive amount of minutes. And I'll move and confirm the ordinary minutes of its meeting held on Thursday, 28th May 2015, including the confidential section, as a true and correct record. I move that. Second to Councillor Bill. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Pass. Right. Councillors, I have one acknowledgement today. Sir Peter Williams QC. Sir Peter was a voice for those in need, unrelenting and fearless. Respected and at times controversial lawyer, he died in his home in Auckland on June the 9th. The 80-year-old Queen's Counsel had battled prostate cancer for a decade. He was one of New Zealand's most respected legal minds and a prison reform campaigner. QC was made a Knight Companion New Zealand Order of Merit for services to the law in the New Year's Honours. Sir Peter fought for his clients in the courtroom for more than 50 years and served on more than 100 murder trials during his career. Since being admitted to the bar in 1960, he campaigned tirelessly for prisoners' rights, advocating for decent conditions during incarceration, rehabilitation and addressing the causes of crime. Presiding over the Howard League for Penal Reform for 30 years, he resigned in 2011 to establish the Prison Reform Society. So Peter took on clients including some of New Zealand's most significant trials, including Arthur Allen Thomas, Terry Clark and the Bassett Road machine gun murders. Retired Court of Appeal judge and an old friend, Sir Ted Thomas, told mourners at Sir Peter's funeral, describing him as the greatest defence lawyer of our time and indeed of all time. Sir Peter is survived by his wife Henny and children Darrell, Cara and Katie. Can we please all stand in acknowledgement of that great man? Thank you all. Okay. We also have there the general reference of acknowledgements, including Matariki that started last Saturday on a cold, wet but hugely well-frequented morning on Mangakēkea, and with events right around. Should be a very, very good period of celebration. Also want to acknowledge here, and we'll be hearing from her shortly, Lynn Provost, who is the Auditor General. Lynn, I can't see you. Where are you? There was a rumour that she was here. I know she'll be here shortly. Councillors, I also want to acknowledge just recent events in terms of the port. You'll be aware that a recent decision has concluded in the favour of the applicants, Urban Auckland, this meaning that consents have been set aside. Those consents we have agreed we will not appeal in terms of Auckland Council. We've conveyed that to the parties and to the public as a consequence of discussions that we had together recently. Councillors, you will be aware that the Port Board is meeting today. And I have to say to you that I'm quietly confident that the outcomes of that meeting should be beneficial in the end towards a good progress and focused progress on the future port study rather than any further work down on the port at this time. So I'm pleased that we are moving in a better direction there now. Now, public input, we've got Penny. Right. Penny, would you like to come forward, please? Penny requested to speak on a number of issues, but she will speak to us today, in particular on her request from Auckland Transport for an extension of time regarding her Lagoima as to the amount of public subsidy for private transport providers in the Auckland bus, ferry and rail operation and management. A very interesting question to be asking. Penny, so you have 5 minutes to speak on that subject, and away you go.
Thank you. The first important point is that Auckland Transport requested an extension of time to answer what is pretty much a common sense request, and I won't be getting a reply till the 3rd of July. And what deeply concerns me yet again is why am I the one asking for the evidence regarding spending? We don't actually have public transport in Auckland anymore. We don't. We have privately owned, operated and managed passenger transport. We have 10 private bus companies, 4 private ferry companies and a French multinational that operates and manages the trains. Now, if the reason for passing this over to the private sector was because they were more efficient, then why do they need public subsidies? If they're so efficient, why can't they stand on their own 2 legs? And if they can't stand on their own 2 legs, why should the public subsidise that which we no longer own, operate or manage? This is what I have asked Auckland Transport. I have started off in my customary fashion in reminding people of the law. Again, I don't know why this is my job, but it seems to be the one. Right, the underpinning legislation is the Local Government Auckland Council Amendment Act 2010, and that set up under Section 38 the establishment of Auckland Transport. Section 39, the purpose of Auckland Transport is to contribute to an effective and efficient land transport system to support Auckland's social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being. Operating principles. The principal objective, as a council-controlled organisation, Auckland Transport must B, operate in a financially responsible manner, and for this purpose prudently manage its assets and liabilities and endeavour to ensure its long-term financial viability, and that it acts as a successful going concern. C, uses its revenue efficiently and effectively and in a manner that seeks value for money. Ensure that its revenue and expenditure are accounted for in a transparent manner. So, who are these 10 private bus companies? They are AT Airporter, Bays Coach Lines, Birkenhead Transport Limited, Howick and Eastern Buses Limited, Murphy Buses, New Zealand Bus, Party Bus, Ritchie Transport Holdings, Urban Express and the Waiheke Bus Company, all privately owned. Ferry Services, Fuller's Group, 360 Discovery Services Limited, Pine Harbour Ferry, Bel Air Ferries. And of course the train services, operated and managed by Transdev, which changed its name from Veolia, the biggest multinational transport company in the world. So, what I have asked Auckland Transport is, since Auckland Transport was established on the 1st of November 2010 on a yearly basis, please provide a detailed breakdown which shows exactly how much public subsidy has been received by each and every private passenger transport provider for buses, ferries and trains. And given the statutory requirements under the Local Government Auckland Council Amendment Act 2010, Section 40, for Auckland Transport to use its revenue efficiently and effectively and in a manner that seeks value for money, and ensure that its revenue and expenditure are accounted for in a transparent way, please provide copies of all any cost-benefit analyses produced by Auckland Transport, consultant or contractor or all any other party or parties which prove that public subsidy of private passenger transport services is more cost effective than in-house public service provision. Please provide copies of all any requests received by Auckland Transport from the Auckland Council governing body or any committee of Auckland Council for any cost-benefit analyses produced by Auckland Transport to ensure that the public subsidy of private passenger transport services is more cost-effective than in-house public service provision. Please provide copies of all any requests by Auckland Transport from the Board of Auckland Transport for any cost-benefit analyses. Please provide the information organisational flowchart which shows whom exactly from Auckland Transport is responsible for awarding contracts for private passenger transport services. Please provide the information which clearly explains the tendering process for Auckland Transport contracts for private passenger transport services. Please provide the information which shows the corruption risk processes and procedures in place in order to minimise potential conflicts of interest in the awarding of contracts.
You just move towards winding up because I've got some questions.
And I also want to know who externally, Office of the Auditor General, have they asked for any cost-benefit analyses? That's the point, councillors. Where's the money going? The public of Auckland, you are asking for a transport levy that is going to provide hundreds of millions of dollars for transport, but you're not looking now at where the money is being spent and is it being spent in a cost-effective way. You have not done your jobs, you have not done due diligence. Why is it my job to ask these questions? You can't have, because that information would have been available for me and Auckland Transport would have just handed it over. How can you proceed on this vote without having this information? And why did you never put to the public the alternative of public provision of transport, bring it back in-house? Thank you.
Thank you. Penny, I've got a question of you. So the information you're requiring and the AT are looking to just extend outside their 20 days, which I acknowledge, and normally we deliver within that time frame. Of course, the information has been provided at no cost, but as you go through that very long list of requests, you're asking for a lot of information.
Well, why didn't you, Mayor?
Reams and reams of it.
Why didn't you ask me?
All I'm asking you for is, would you regard as being, given what you're asking for, would you think that it's not unreasonable for AT, who are clearly trying to provide you with all that information, because we have obviously similar headline information, wouldn't you think it's reasonable a few extra days to try and get all of that information to you?
I'm not knocking the extra days, Mayor. What I am knocking is that you are having a vote today on a transport levy, and you haven't looked at this information, which I believe is pivotal to this question of privately owned passenger transport in Auckland. You are not making a decision which is evidence-based, and you are not operating in a financially prudent way, and you are treating Auckland citizens and ratepayers, in my considered opinion, as a cross between a giant cash cow and an ATM machine.
So to get us over that problem, your suggestion is that we either buy or get rid of all of the private providers and make the whole public transport system publicly owned.
What I am saying, you cannot follow the dollar unless you know where the dollar is going. This Official Information Act request is seeking to establish really clearly where the money is going, and I want to know if there's been any request for any cost-benefit analysis, given that it's Auckland Transport's brief to use the money that they get in a cost-effective and efficient manner, looking at value for money. Well, how can you look at value for money unless you actually start crunching some numbers and asking some hard questions? And I don't see why we are subsidising that which we no longer own, operate or manage. How on earth is that prudent stewardship?
Okay. Right, councillors, any other questions? Okay, thank you. And
all right,
I'll move that Penny's submission to us be received. Seconder, please. Councillor John. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. And I would like that appended to the minutes.
Okay, certainly.
Thank you.
Right. I did see our Auditor General walk in. Lynn, welcome. Right. Now we'll move on. No local board input. Extraordinary business, none. There's a notice of motion from Councillor George. And I acknowledge that notice of motion. Councillor George, as is my usual practice, we will deal with that at the conclusion of the open agenda. So I want to thank you for your notice of motion and look forward to a discussion on that. Okay, right. Item 11. Right, so councillors, we now start into our consideration of LTP-related matters, the adoption of contributions policy, revenue and financing policy. There is a recommendation there. I move it. Seconder is Chris. Right, we've got Andrew. You'll start.
Just a procedural matter, Your Worship. Happy to answer any questions.
Right, any questions? No, then I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against, pass, thank you. I like procedural matters. Same crew for item 12.
Item 12 is the adoption of an amendment to the licence to occupy remission policy.
Yep.
It also includes the feedback which we've discussed previously. So that's increasing the remission for residents of licence to occupy retirement villages.
Yep.
To add on the interim transport levy. We've consulted on that and had very positive support from that from all the submitters,
Right.
including Bill Rayner from Grey Power.
Move, Mr Chairman.
Happy to.
Right. And seconder, Councillor Cowan. Right, any discussions or comments on this? No, move it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Vote against. Hope you have one morning tea. Right, move on to item 13. Move A, 1, 2. Councillor Darby. Seconder, please. Councillor Bill. We've got Ross and Kate. Excellent.
Morning through you, Your Worship.
Yes.
This report is just to note that all local boards have met and agreed and adopted their local board agreements.
Excellent.
And it's also noting that this forms volume 3 of the long-term plan.
Right, good. Recognise members of the local boards here, chairs and members. Thank you for being here today. It's good to see you. Okay, well done. Councillor Linda.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge the local boards because they've worked really hard in their community to really design what their communities need and want. And what is really important today is that we do pass the long-term plan, because all of these local board plans absolutely rest on us having a budget. So if we don't, we let down 21 local board areas, which is all of the Auckland region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we've got that recommendation there. I'll move it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Yes, thank you. Item 14. Justine. Excellent. Tupuna Maunga. Yeah, the recommendations there. Very good.
Your Worship, through you, this report seeks the governing body's agreement to the Tupuna Maunga Annual Operational Plan for 2015 and 16, which was adopted by the Maunga Authority at their hui earlier this month. This is a requirement under the Ngā Mana Whenua or Tamaki Makaurau Collective Redress Act 2014. So, as it's a short report, I propose to take it as read and invite any questions.
Wonderful. Short reports, we like it. Right, so Councillor Alfie, had your hand up to second it? Opposed it?
Yep.
Move it, right.
Move it.
Councillor Christine, you will second it?
Oh, you can go first.
Yes, I'm happy to second it, thank you.
Cool. She moves it, you
Yeah,
second?
yeah.
Okay,
All
all of
good.
that. Very good. Any questions, comments or queries?
Thank you, bro.
Councillor Penny W.
Thank you. Again, a little bit like the local board plans, so if we don't pass the LTP,
This doesn't go through.
this doesn't go through?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll move that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Passed. Well done, guys. Go and have a very early cup of tea. Ross, well done. I know how hard you've been working on this, so well done. Right, item 15. Yes. Now, councillors, I just want to get ready. It's warm in here. Right, this is how I want to run this item. First of all, we are going to hear from Lynn, Auditor General. And councillors, when Lynn comes forward, we are also going to take the opportunity of her answering, in particular from myself, because this issue was raised by Councillor Christine Fletcher, questions relating to theoretical occurrences in the event that we do not have a budget at the end of this day. And so I have asked Lynn to reflect on that issue as the Auditor General of this country. Then secondly, I'm going to ask our Chief Executive Officer and our Chief Financial Officer and one of our legal counsel to also address the matter of the consequences of that action. I think that it is critical as we go into the substantive motion, given some of the discussion that I've both heard personally and have read about, that it is timely for us to be very, very clear about how this city goes forward. So, as we await Lynn's comment to us in terms of the auditor's report, I just want to make a very quick opening comment as to what it is that we're doing here today. We have an agreed statutory and policy framework that we've put in place. That agreed framework is basically that we go through a process of engagement with our community after I lead a process of a 10-year budget. We have been through that process. On the 7th and 8th of May, we had a debate and concluded that process. That was the end of the debate, and we will have no more debate about those issues today. That was it. We agreed that was the process, and I'm going to stand by and abide by that process today. Previously, and most occasions, I see myself as a champion for Auckland. Today, I am the protector and guardian of the purse of this city. And I'm going to be leading out of this chair in that way. And so as we move on in this discussion, I want to then reflect on where we're at now. So having made our decisions on the 7th and 8th of May, we now go to a point where we decide whether we adopt the budget. We've agreed the plan. We've agreed the budget. Now, do we adopt the budget? And so having made that position, having got to this point, the clear thing left for us to do is the formality of doing that, of adopting the budget. And in adopting the budget, we will be able to set the rate. From the people that we're going to hear from, first of all, the Auditor General, and then from Stephen, Sue, and Cecilia, we are going to get some sense of what alternatives might be as we go through this discussion. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from them. Councillors, this is going to take a time. I don't care how long this takes. Actually, I'm quite happy to sit here for 2 or 3 or 4 days. But this is going to take time. But I want us to adopt this budget. It's the least that we can do. So can I please ask our Auditor General if she would like to come forward, please. Lynn, lovely to see you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody.
Morning.
Thank you for coming.
Would you like me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yesterday morning, the Mayor rang me and asked if it was appropriate if I gave advice on questions from you as a council about the consequences of not passing an LTP. Before I do that, I would just like to say, based on the decisions that were made on the 7th and 8th of May, we have completed the audit of the LTP and we are in a position to issue an opinion on that LTP, on the LTP that is before you. In terms of your request, I should say, as you would expect from the Auditor General, I am an independent auditor. I am not the prime advisor to the council. The prime advisors are sitting before me, the Chief Executive and his team, and the prime decision makers are you as a council. Thinking about it over the last 24 hours, I think there are 5 things that you need to take into account as you think about this decision. The first one, and really importantly, is the community of Auckland. 27,383 of them have responded to your LTP. That is significant. It will be the largest number across New Zealand of people that, you are the largest city of course, but it will be by far the largest response rate. So taking into account the community is the first thing. The second is the impact on rates. Without an LTP, you cannot strike your rates. However, you can invoice for a percentage of last year's rates for the first quarter. So there is a legislative option there, but it is not the whole amount of what you are currently have in your LTP. It's a percentage of last year's rates. Important on that is what impact that would have on the business as usual and the projects that you have before you as a city, and they are significant. I haven't had time and I'm not in a position to say exactly what that would be, but the Chief Executive may be able to give you an insight into that. I think perhaps the biggest consequence of not having an LTP is in the funding area. You have significant funding agreements which will all have requirements. Certainly you have debt instruments on 3 stock exchanges, New Zealand, Switzerland and Singapore, and normally they require some kind of notification when there is a significant event like this. There will be implications in terms of your interest rates and the cost of those. There will be implications in terms of the renewal of debt. I am not equipped to give you all the detail of those what-ifs, but I suspect that your Chief Executive is in that position. Finally, and I don't think it is your most significant risk here, there are legal risks. One, obviously, by not passing the LTP by next Tuesday, the 30th of June, you will be in breach of the law. There is in the Local Government Act a section that allows for that event. So if the LTP is not adopted by the 30th of June, it can be cured by an order in council. That, while it's not legislation, still requires some effort to get an order in council. I understand that while you are waiting for that order in council, however, business can continue, but you will have some limitations on your decision-making powers. I would also note in terms of legality that an LTP as adopted can be amended after adoption at any point in time over the 3-year period of that long-term plan. That is not unusual, and patently with the events in the west of the bottom of this island last weekend, that has to be an option for the councils in those areas who have been very sadly affected by that significant flooding. So there is a mechanism for changes after the 30th of June. Going further down, the changes to the Local Government Act last year did give the government powers in terms of local government, and those are available and within the law. So that I don't have any specific advice about what you should do. That is for you to do, but I think those are the 5 major areas that I think you should consider extremely seriously in making this decision. Thank you for listening to me.
Very good, Lynn. First of all, just want to express our appreciation for the continuing work and oversighting this council, not just this year but in the last 4. It has been a challenge for yourselves and ourselves as we go through this change and amalgamation. Every day we are presented with something new and different and interesting and exciting. And we have had to call on your wisdom and advice on a number of occasions. So once again, thank you very much, and for the conditional audit commendation from you on the state for this LTP. Right, councillors, first of all, with Lynn here, it's an opportunity to ask your questions and reflect on her advice. Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you, Madam Auditor. Should this council decide, after passing the LTP, it subsequently wants to amend it, what is the consultative procedures that have to be undertaken to make that a reality and also fit with your audited processes?
I'm actually not equipped very well to answer that question, but I suspect Stephen can answer it better than I can.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Chair. So any time after the 1st of July, if you adopt the LTP today, you could then develop an amendment to that LTP, and it triggers our significance obligations in terms of community engagement. So we would have to take ourselves and our public through that amendment. So we would have to develop it. It would have to be audited. We would then go out to the public, and then we would receive that feedback and bring an amended LTP to this table. I imagine we would need at least 3 months to do that, but it could occur within the 15-16 financial year. So you could amend, consult, be back here with the Auditor General saying that you've got a clear opinion for your amendment, and you would vote to adopt that, and we would proceed accordingly.
Right,
Thank you, it's clear.
thank you. Councillor Michael.
Yes, Auditor General, just coming back to your call roll, what are your comments on the LTP or in terms of concern and the consultation that was undertaken by the Council on Transport Alternative Funding?
My intention on the current LTP would be to issue a clear opinion. The Act is very clear that consultation is your responsibility, and I understand the Council has provided you some advice in that area. My responsibility, and last time I was here was when you were putting out the consultation document, and obviously the key issue to be discussed with your community was the transport package. That included various funding options, and my audit opinion at that time drew attention to those issues. And so my job in terms of the LTP was to do 2 audit opinions, one on the consultation document and one on the LTP. And I use a mechanism in my audit opinion sometimes, and this is not unusual across the country, to draw attention to something that I think is really, really important for your community to understand and consider in reading the LTP. And that's why I drew attention to your transport plan, because you had options and there were different funding mechanisms there. So that was my job. In terms of the consultation and the process you carried out there, you had a policy, you did your consultation, and any further reflections on that are something for you and the Council to consider whether you've achieved the policy that you set out.
Just to follow up, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Michael.
You mentioned the word legal and legality just before. Do you have any concerns that the options the Council for transport funding, motorway charges and fuel taxes that the Council consulted on, do you have any concerns that these options were not legally available to the public? As an Auditor General, what do you feel about that?
We were very clear when we were auditing the consultation document that was clearly disclosed in the document. So the fact that it would require legislation by central government, I think every time, and I hope we didn't miss one of them, but we tried to make sure in the consultation document it said subject to legislation which would need to be passed by Parliament, or some more elegant words than I've just used.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Michael. Are there other questions? Councillor Cam, and then Councillor Linda.
Thank you, Auditor General, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to explore your view, ma'am, on any opportunities that might exist for this council over the next 5 days, as you've indicated, Tuesday the 30th of June, I presume midnight. The advice that we've largely had is that given that we've got now your conditional order clearance letter, that our LTP cannot be unpicked, or if it was attempted to be unpicked, your office would have a very, very dim view on that. And this whole assumption, as far as ministerial intervention and the cautions that we have had in the past few days, is if we have not got an LTP at midnight on Tuesday the 30th of June. So I want to explore your view, ma'am, on what are our opportunities, plan B, if this doesn't go through, to be able to ring fence particularly the targeted rate component of the LTP, which isn't, when you look at the ring binder of the LTP, it's not necessarily a huge factor, and look at the composition and funding of that targeted rate in isolation to everything else. I want to know, are we, where we've been advised that we probably can't and we probably shouldn't attempt, but is there an opportunity for this council, if this LTP wasn't adopted, to over the next 5 days, to have another look at the transport targeted rate funding and composition and report back to you by Tuesday the 30th of June?
That is, of course, your decision. From my point of view, very rarely in an LTP that we've audited is one bit divorced from the whole. They're all deeply interrelated. I'm going to take it theoretically because otherwise I'm interfering in your decision making. If it was wording changes, we can facilitate and look at wording changes quite easily over the next 5 days. If, however, it affects the financial model and the interrelationships in that model, that requires us to do a significant amount of re-audit work. Auckland is a big council and it is very important, but I also have 77 other councils to audit by the end of June, and I cannot promise you that we would be able to, one, do that work in 5 days, and I have to be fair to the other 77 councils too, in terms of our resourcing. So it's a very equivocal answer. I accept that because it's very theoretical.
Just to follow up from that, Mr. Chair, ma'am, have you got the statutory provision to effectively enable an extension of your work? If our work is to you by midnight on Tuesday the June, have you got the statutory availability to call on an extended length of time to enable you to complete your audit?
The law says that by the 30th of June you need to adopt an audited LTP. So the answer is I'm in the same situation as you in this.
Thank you.
Councillor Linda.
Thank you, Ms Provost, and thank you for being here to answer our questions. I hope it doesn't sound too much like an inquisition. There's some view by some people that the transport levy wasn't adequately canvassed in the LTP process, and I know that part of your criteria for looking through is that we've adequately consulted what is in our final signed off LTP before it comes to you. In your view, are you happy that the proposed levy has been adequately indicated to the public?
I drew attention to it in my audit opinion. That in terms of my role is as much as I can do in terms of that. You have a consultation policy, and I understand the council has given you some advice about whether you complied with that or not.
Thank you.
Okay. Very encouraging. George.
Thank you. Well, when you say that, sort of general, that you say that we've complied with the consultation, that is the your overall impression. but it's our decision, isn't it correct, that we make we're the final arbiters on really whether we consider that decision, that consultation was fair and reasonable, as to whether it explained to the community the nature and quality of what we've now come up with.
Can I be very clear? I'm expressing no opinion on the quality of your consultation. That is explicitly not my role. But yes, absolutely, all decision-making is your responsibility. I do not have a decision-making role in terms of this LTP or this council.
So it's being said that, this Auditor General is going to give us a clean sign-off on this plan, so, well, there we must support it. But, it's our decision, the councillor's decision, as to whether we believe that it's fair and reasonable, and that we have talked and we have the understanding of what what each of our communities think on this, which is what's in the Local Government Act. That's our decision.
Yeah, it is absolutely your decision, and the advice I've given you this morning is some of the things you have to take into account in making those decisions, because there are risks and you need to balance those against the benefits, and ultimately that's what you're doing this morning. So looking at just to reiterate, what impact will it have on your community, what impact will it have on your rates, what impact will it have on your funding, what impact will it have on your business and your operations, and what are the legal consequences, are things that you have to take into account in making that decision.
Thank you.
Very good. Right, and then we had, I think, Councillor Christine.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and I really want to thank the Auditor General for coming up today and following on from the answer that you've given to my colleague, Councillor Wood. I mean, it does come to a matter of judgment, but judgment based on best information. And one of the big challenges has been for councillors, as we have been part of this journey over the last 5 years, is for councillors in the legislative framework, which has the Mayor leading the budget, is to get contestable policy advice. I think that is something that's generally agreed amongst councillors. So my question to you, and maybe it's one for the CEO, but following through on the question to you from Councillor Cashmore, which is the opportunity that exists within the 3-year period for further amendments to the LTP, is one of practice thus far. And I'm a little cynical about the offering of that opportunity, because I know that when some of us, during the course of the last LTP, put up the opportunity to go and further consult on the Uniform Annual Charge, which is one of the tools that the local council does have, that was ruled out of order. So I'm really wanting some guidance from you over what is available within the framework we have. And of course, this falls outside of the period that our CEO has actually been working with us. So that it comes under the tenure of Doug Mackay. But if there was to be confidence that there is that opportunity, thus far, the practice that we have seen established in this council is to rule those opportunities out. So it leaves some of us feeling a little cynical.
Can I be very clear? I'm not advising you
to
take any particular course, and I think it's really important that I make that clear. There are a number of options in the law, and the law has set them out that you can go through. The information, one of the things we do express an audit opinion on is whether there is information that supports the LTP. And this year there is, as well as the financial strategy, there's now the infrastructure strategy as well. So over the period of the last 5 years, when I've been Auditor General, I've seen the amount of information improve. That doesn't mean it's perfect, but it certainly is improving. And our judgment as an office is that the infrastructure plan, together with the financial plan, together with the consultation document, are steps in the right direction. That's not saying we're at utopia yet. They're steps in the right direction in terms of improving information available to people. The matter you raised about contestable advice is most certainly outside my mandate and expertise.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharon.
Thank you. Thank you, Auditor General, for being here today. I just wondered, could you just give some clarification? The day after we had the initial vote in May, we had, I think there's 5 councillors that had changed their mind and had decided that they didn't want to support the budget. If we had come to you straight away, you know, as soon as we'd been alerted to that, would we been able to then have another extraordinary meeting to vote on the budget?
I understand that's within your power as a council to decide to do that. I wouldn't have expressed an opinion about whether you had an extraordinary meeting or not. That would be beyond my mandate.
No, it's just that we only were made very aware of this last week, and
Yeah.
it has been way back, you know, the 7th, 8th of May, so it has been a long time that the council has known there is a problem in that they possibly wouldn't have the numbers to support the budget. So, thank you.
What we did was take the decisions on the 7th and 8th of May as proposed to make sure that they're in the LTP and that there's adequate support for it. Because otherwise I would be crossing a line into policy and decision making, which is a very precious line for me, and I wouldn't want to cross it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, are there any other questions of Councillor George again?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm just trying to get some clarity around the consultation document. Now, there's a consultation document, then there was a supplementary document that went out to our communities. Do you think it's a bit strange that in this consultation document that went out to the communities, every household in Auckland, there's mention of what the rate increase is going to be, namely for residential properties, 5.6%, which is what we consulted on, but that's now said, oh, well, in the consultation document, there's a proviso there that we might have a bigger one. But, you know, it seems unfair to our communities that we're now coming up with this transport levy, which I'm curious, I just find it really curious that it's not in this document, and all of a sudden the rates for residential properties go up from 5.6% to 9.9% average rate. Now, is that fair and reasonable? And do you think that we've fairly informed the community of Auckland that that was what we were going to inflict upon them?
The document I audited was the full consultation document. How you chose to actually consult that was your decision, and I think perhaps some reflection on that over time is going to be useful. But I am confident that my document the document that I expressed an audit opinion on was very clear about the implications.
Well, just follow up on that, Mayor, if you may. We did a survey of Aucklanders, you know, by Colma Brunton, and in that document, it really only talks about 2 options: the motorway tolling and the fuel tax, and a rate. But it doesn't talk about a targeted rate, and it's really concerning I think to me and other councillors, that in the document it talks about the motorway toll, the targeted rate, but then it says, do not read, don't like either option. So, you know, did you actually look at this document as well? Was that run past you, do you know?
No, we didn't audit that document. I think it was run past us at some point in time. It was important to us. There is a section in that document that links through to the full consultation document, and certainly in terms of transparency, we felt that was important.
That's good. Well, maybe in future it needs to be, I mean, I don't know how many people actually read the full consultation document, because you had to go online, it was a pretty thick document, whereas this is a very thin document and it doesn't allude to that targeted rate, and it's and the quantum, which is virtually doubled.
Hang on.
So anyway, I'm just.
Yeah, look, we just need to make sure that around this table on this date, what has been said is straight up. So can I ask councillors, can I ask the Chief Executive Officer, Steve, if he can just give some advice around what exactly is correct with that document before we release Lynn?
So on page 9 of the household summary, it says, under either funding option, a targeted rate may also be required for 2015-16. It is there, it's in black and white, Mr. Chair.
Right. Okay.
Can I, is my full audit opinion there? Because I know we talked about the targeted rate as well. And the, just to be thing in terms of accuracy, the consultation document is only about 50 pages long. It is not a long document.
No. I know, and that was all part of the interesting discussions in prepping the first LTP under the new legislation. Okay, councillors, are there any further questions or comments of Lynn? Lynn, really want to thank you for your presence and for, as usual, your full and well elucidated reflections on the journey of Auckland. Thank you very, very much for coming along here today and for your audited opinion. Very much appreciate it.
And I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So now I next want to ask our Chief Executive Officer, Steve, for the issues that have not been covered, or if there are any other issues that he would like to cover, but for Stephen to reflect on and give us his advice in terms of the decision making today and going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it is important just to restate that the council is always required to have an adopted long-term plan. They have a shelf life of 3 years, and this current long-term plan that provides that the mandate for the programs and spending of the Auckland Council Group lapses at midnight on the 30th of June. And I think the Auditor General has made it really clear that there is not time to change the financial makeup of this LTP between now and midnight 30 June. So we therefore need the Council to adopt a new LTP to apply from the 1st of July 2015. And for those elected members who believe that that long-term plan might not be fit for purpose, your option is to bring forward a proposal to amend it sometime after the 1st of July. And in doing so, we would be able to advise you of the merits of doing that in an impartial and professional manner, including outlining the costs and weighing up the benefits of making minor changes to a long-term plan only days or weeks after you have adopted it. So I think it's really clear that we must have an adopted long-term plan by the 1st of July, otherwise we will be operating in an unlawful manner in terms of the Local Government Act. We cannot set the rates, which means we cannot satisfy the confidence that the financial community needs to have in the council's ability to continue its cash flow collection. So that's all I want to say, because I think it is very, very clear what is required at this meeting, which is a formal adoption. You have actually completed the political and democratic debate of what should be in the long-term plan. You did that on the 8th and 9th of May, and you adopted those decisions at the governing body on the 9th of May, and I think it is regrettable that the community have become confused that today is actually a day to debate the content and the financial picture for Auckland as part of the long-term plan. That day passed and finished on the 9th of May. I'm now going to hand over to our new Chief Financial Officer, Sue Tyndall, to outline the commercial and financial ramifications of not adopting an LTP by the 30th of June. And then Cecilia will be able to answer further legal questions that you might have. And she may also like to briefly outline the ministerial options that exist once the Minister is notified that we're in breach of the Local Government Act. Sue.
Thank you, Stephen, and through you, Mr Mayor. The Auditor-General highlighted in her commentary that our largest and most significant risk surrounded the financial impact. What I will do is step you through and explain some of those impacts. I will do that in non-technical language in terms of what it means in the financial community. The Auditor-General made the note, and Stephen's reiterated, that the first piece is that our inability to strike the rates. And whilst the Auditor-General did correctly also note the fact that there is a provision for us to strike a percentage of last year's rates in the first quarter and invoice ratepayers for that, we can nominate a date for payment. However, we cannot enforce that date of payment. That's quite an important point to make clear, because it does lead to an impact on our cash flow. Without the LTP in place, we risk breaching a number of our covenants and a number of our debt instruments due to our inability to provide security over future cash flow. That is primarily the issue when it is financial. What that means is that it would mean that we would immediately enter what is termed a review event by our bankers and our financiers. That then leads from the next step from that point. If we are not able to remedy that review event very quickly, it leads to increased exposure to a risk of triggering an event of default. The Auditor-General also made a comment about we would need to disclose to the New Zealand Stock Exchange and foreign exchanges, being Switzerland and Singapore. The reason for that is if we trigger either a review event or an event of default, they are material adverse effects that the market must be informed of. Similarly, alongside that, we would also be required, if our LTP is not passed, to immediately inform the rating agencies. They would most likely place us on immediate negative watch, has an effect in the market very quickly. That would follow very quickly by a rating downgrade. There are significant reputational damage and market confidence issues associated with any of those steps that I've just outlined above. They do, unfortunately, lead to very extensive and significant long-term reputational damage. Those points around that, as a result of that, that does mean increased cost of funds. How much? I'm not in a position to tell you, and I'm not in a position to preempt what the market reaction to that might be. It would be quite substantial. It would also result in reduced investor appetite, and unfortunately, in some of those markets, particularly Asia, we would not be able to re-enter that market for a long time. Some of you may remember in New Zealand history the DFC issues. That is still talked about in markets such as that. We'd also be required to immediately notify our insurers. Our liability policies expire on the 30th of June, and in fact you will notice an item today around that. Some liability policies would unlikely be renewed if we were in that situation. That does expose not only the elected members but also staff to legal liability without insurance cover to support. The Auditor General also noted that we would have exposure on significant capital projects. We would have to stop those. We would not have the mandate to commit to that expenditure. Again, the quantum of costs on potential breaches of contract coming from third parties would be quite significant. It would also most likely lead to some legal challenges on the validity of some of our contracts going forward. So, Mr. Mayor, it's a summary. I have tried to explain that to you all in quite non-technical terms.
Yep. Look, I really appreciate your work in that front, Sue. It is a work that I think is important for us to reflect on, to properly understand, and that the public who are here and those who are watching also understand fully the exact nature of the seriousness of what we are dealing with and the responsibilities that we have and the obligations we have to maintain the integrity and the forward progress of this council. So we've had 3 lots of advice, quite black and white. And at the end of the day, the responsibility and obligation sits with us all, actually. But it is a responsibility that we're sharing with 1.5 million people. And while the city goes through a time of extraordinary change and, quite frankly, very rapid transformation and growth, both in population and economics, it also needs to know that its council is stable, is consistent, and is acting within the ambit of its legislative and financial obligations and responsibilities. My reflections to you on hearing those directives and pieces of advice from our officers and Lynn is that we need to proceed today and formalise the LTP. The advice couldn't be any more blunt. And so that's what I am proposing that we do. Now, in amongst the discussions over recent weeks and since the 7th and 8th, also reflected on some of the issues that you've raised. So I have an additional recommendation. Can you just bring that up, please? Just so that we can reflect on the entire body of work, noting the extra work that is required. So let's just look at that quickly. So the letter that's been referred to, signed by 6 people, primarily focused on the fact that we should try and find the cost of any extra work required in transportation from savings we might get from the rail operation. That was it in a nutshell. And I've addressed that matter. The Chief Executive Officer's got a review going. Now, in addressing it, it won't happen overnight. I've discussed this personally with Councillor Mike, who raised it in particular as an issue of concern for himself and was reflected in a resolution. So we've now got that independent review going, and we're going to try and get the results as quickly as we can, but they're certainly not here or now. Secondly, the issue of the level of the transport levy. And that has been an issue of continuing concern and debate. Recognise that, understand it, and clearly there would be work continuing from this day forward. And the work would, if appropriate, include a working party from around this table. And that working party and then would come back with some recommendations for us to work through over the next 3 or 4 months and could be at the front end of the annual plan proposal as we go into the new annual plan year. One of the proposals coming through from one of your number from Councillor Cam talked a specific number. Well, my view is this: why bind ourselves to a specific number? We need to actually look to see whether or not that number might be lower, might be higher, who knows where it might be. But let's take the opportunity of looking that number in the round rather than constraining ourselves to a number per se. So if we were all working on it, or if there's 4 or 5 of us as part of a working group who would be working on that, then that would be a number that we would agree, rather than try and wrap our present financial optics around it, because as we know, things continue to change. Thirdly, Councillor Christine has raised a number of issues about the significant rate increases that has in different parts of our community. People around this table have different views about that. The issue of the uniform annual general charge and how the revaluation has impacted on us, and whether or not we ought to do a transition or not, those have all been subject to significant debate and discussion and voting. And in fact, it was through the 7th and 8th of May that we actually discussed those issues significantly. And mostly, the various views were confirmed by strong majorities. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't continue on the work of trying to assess what else is available for us, and also deal with a government that really doesn't want to move outside of what we've got at the moment. And Councillor Penny could actually affirm that herself in terms of the work that's been done now through local government in other ways of sustainably funding our council and councillors around New Zealand. Getting hit by revaluations in a city that is growing flat out with diverse valuation increases is murderous for us. It's not what we asked for, but it's absolutely a nature of the legislation we're dealing with. And so whichever way we push our rating system, something else pops out. Whoever takes a loss gets a gain. Someone else gets a gain. So it is a particularly difficult area for us to change significantly. And again, we agreed strongly that we would not put in place a transition for a whole range of reasons. But as you've heard, Councillor Christine, Stephen and his team have a body of work going there, and we will continue to work in beside them to get their advice. The issue of additional revenue sources, and we know that there is a discussion that will go up as a courtesy of Councillor Linda's recommendations in terms of our asset base and how we deal with our asset base and whether or not we're leveraging it strongly enough. All of those issues will go through for a discussion over the next 3 or 4 months. Now, some parts of the chamber don't like that. In fact, they abhor it. Other parts of the chamber think it's the way to go. It's the old story of balancing the very, very diverse needs of us around this chamber and trying to find an even way through, which I've tried to attempt to do at every step of the way. And then finally, a review of Ports of Auckland capital expenditure through Auckland Council investments. We know, given the recent decision, the recent discussions, the future port study, and as we await the outcome of the discussions at the Port Board Day, that we may have to address that. And that can be a part of our continuing review of the LTP as we go forward from this day into the next annual plan and forward. So those, councillors, are the 5 areas where I see going forward we could substantially work together and attempt to address some of the concerns that have been expressed around this table, rather than moving to an option of leaving us without a budget, leaving us without supply. So I've attempted to reflect and bring through the concerns that have been expressed, and also give an indication of my openness to continuing discussion, debate, and also an inclusion of those with the most acute interest in how we deal with some of the continuing challenges that we have. Just some general reflections before we open the floor, and of course any further questions that you might have to our Chief Executive Officer and to the Chief Financial Officer. This has been a long process. We started this in February last year. And through that long process, we've engaged a lot with our community. And there have been a couple of issues that the community have been particularly antsy about, but the one that they have been most concerned about is the issue of dealing with transport. And I guess the feedback we got from the community, and you each have your own differing views about that. George has got a notice of motion that reflects his views about motorway network charges and all that. All of those just reflect the fact that we've got a challenge around funding. We're not broke, and we're not in crisis. We have got a challenge. And as I said to you on a number of occasions, if I could magic up the response, it'd be great. But I can't, because in the end, the work that we need to do to pay for the transport investment is work that hasn't been done for decades, but we're now doing. And we've been doing this now for the last 10, 15 years, and we need to continue it. There are no shortcuts, and it costs money. We are desperately trying to encourage the government to broaden the ambit by which we might derive revenue, and that could be with a motorway network charge, with a regional petrol tax, whatever. We're engaging with them, and the good news is that we've now got a platform to engage formally, and that will be through the Transport Agreement Accord. But to draw them to this table, as has been suggested by Councillor Chris, by generating some type of crisis, by not having supply, I think would be gross irresponsibility on our behalf. We have a clear responsibility now, councillors. The consequences of not taking that responsibility are obvious. It's been my real pleasure to lead this chamber for 5 years, and the original thing that we agreed is that the same old wouldn't be good enough for Auckland. We were going to move with real pace and momentum, and we wouldn't continue to relitigate the challenges and the decisions that we've made. Once we made a decision, we'd move. We're in danger of turning our back on what I think is one of the most brilliant principles that Auckland could ever have hoped to expect from this chamber, that we would move seamlessly and keep moving forward and not second guess ourselves all the time around our critical decisions. It was the reason why we were brought together, because we argued with each other all the time and we were so divergent. This chamber presents us with an opportunity to be consistent and reliable in our decision making. And when we have to make tough decisions, to back them and not second guess ourselves. And today is an opportunity to back ourselves, to listen to our advisors, to keep moving forward, but also to continue on the debate and the discussion, which I'm sure we can. So, councillors, the floor is open, and I want to offer Councillor Cam first opportunity to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose, from my point of view, what you're recommending there is something that most Aucklanders would expect to read in our Auckland as we near any annual plan round, and so I don't see any concessions there at all. In fact, if I was one of those 6 councillors that wrote to you 6 weeks ago, and this is the outcome, then they've made no headway as far as I see. So my amendment that I submitted on Tuesday, I invite you to put up, Mr. Chair, because that was based on a figure that was publicly consulted on, page 45 of the consultation documents. And it talked about a targeted rate collecting 30 million, and it talked about the fixed, 2 options, one being evaluation based and one being a fixed charge. The first is to charge every property an additional fixed charge of $58.99. That's what we consulted on. And so you're saying, well, why should we pick a figure? Well, that's because that is a number that is in our draft consultation. $100 or $114 was not there, and so I'm going back to given that you, with your transport targeted rate, Mr Mayor, have chosen to go with that flat amount, I'm going back to the one that we consulted on. And I've put it in my amendment, but obviously the communications are working, so that's good, that we instruct the CE that as part of the 16-17 annual plan budget preparations, as is we've all discussed in workshops and as the Auditor General said is our prerogative at annual plan time, that he presents options that commit to the transport targeted levy at 58.99 as referred to in the original LTP public consultation, and that the remainder be found within existing budgets, noting it would equate to less than 1% of the organisation's OPEX and include rail costs, and note that which you haven't, Mr Mayor, and I'd invite you to do this if this doesn't go through, note that the UAGC will be reviewed annually as something else as a group we've discussed, that it shouldn't be a triennial decision, but it should be something that is reviewed annually, and you've given your commitment to that too. So for me, that means the Chief Executive comes back to us and actually says, look, if you want to find the shortfall of 30 million, if you're going to raise 30 million yourself and find around 30 million and find it within the organisation, then you have to sell this piece of land, you have to recycle this particular asset, you have to cut this particular program or project, and give us some options to then look at. Again, all we're asking in this amendment is for the Chief Executive to specifically go away and find some options, deliver us some options that could net us that money. And you're saying, oh, 30 million. Well, when you consider that ACPL have got the target of raising 650 million over the next 10 years, then perhaps they need to, it's an opportunity for them to look harder at our existing municipal land holdings and property holdings. So 58.99, it puts that on the table as we consulted on, and it directs the CE without giving any specifications as to cutting into our social budget or looking at particular assets. It puts to him, for the first time, I would suggest in 5 years, a directive from this council to come up and find us, on top of the organisational savings, find us $30 million. Let's stop putting our hand out to the ongoing regional suburban ratepayer, because as we know, this flat fee, as you acknowledge, Mr Mayor, is not causing riots in the street in Remuera, but it is going to have a huge impact in the streets of Mangere and Otahu, where their residential rates increase is 16.9%. Now that's another $50 a month, and if on their rents or on their rates, and that's $50 a month less on food, clothing, and for the kids. And so if we're looking at the real victims in this flat fee, it's not my people in Remuera, Mr Mayor. It's actually those in the likes of Otahu Mangere, which are going to be stung badly by this. Let's get it back to the $58.99, and let's find the money within. And so I invite you to put my amendment up and for debate and for a vote to happen around that.
Right, now I've actually moved the resolution in the first instance. Councillor Kenny? Right, thank you. Right, okay, now we've got a second of the, a second amendment there, or first amendment. Can I have a seconder, please, for Councillor Cams?
I'll second it.
Councillor Dick?
Oh, it's like an auction.
Okay, right. So, Councillor Christine.
Excuse me, Your Worship.
Oh.
Sorry, Chris, I just wanted to, I know you said that there was going to be 3 people speaking.
Yes.
And the third one being a legal counsel.
Oh, Cecilia. Yeah, so you're right.
I just wanted to sort of put that on
There she
before
is
the
there.
debate,
Yeah,
if that's okay, and my
Look,
apologies
very,
for
very
that.
good. Yeah, no, that's
Apologies.
fine. Actually, I apologise. I was so sort of focused on other things. Celia,
No problems.
would you like to contribute anything further from a legal viewpoint in terms of how we might go forward?
Through the Mayor, the Auditor General has explained the implications of not having a long-term plan which effectively no budget, and the council cannot set rates. So in terms of providing additional information, the only other one that I would draw your attention to is the ability of the minister to intervene. So the minister has powers to require information from the council or intervene by various mechanisms. For example, appointing a Crown observer, Crown manager, or appoint or commission. So there are a range of devices available, and it is up to the minister's discretion to exercise any one of them. And there are no automatic steps that need to be taken before one is exercised in favour of another. So it's not my place to speculate which will be undertaken by the minister. Suffice to say that these are the interventions that are available. Some examples of appointment of commissioners, as you may be aware, would be in Kaipara and also at Environment Canterbury. So I don't have anything additional to add that hasn't already been said. The Auditor General has quite clearly spoken in terms of some of the other implications from a legal point of view.
Very good. Thank you, Cecilia.
Can I just ask one question of,
Yeah, absolutely.
of our legal counsel?
Yep.
The Auditor General mentioned, while she was here, that the legal risks in regards to not passing the LTP is in breach of the law. So can you just sort of, just one, whether that's in fact true? I have no doubt it is, but I just need another opinion from yourself. And is that under the Local Government Act? I just want to get some around that, please.
So the Local Government Act requires that the council is at all times to have a long-term plan, and the current long-term plan lapses at the end of June. So we do need to adopt another long-term plan by 30 June. So that is a requirement of law.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right, and I've got Councillor Penny W.
Yes, thank you for that advice, and listening very carefully to what the Auditor General and the other advice we've had, there was a comment that if we don't pass this and we are in breach of contract, we could be sued. And my question is, would that apply to all councillors or just those who vote in the negative?
Oh no, just those that win no. I'm sure.
Celia?
Well, I'm just interested because, I mean, we do have a duty of care here.
The question of liability will depend a lot on the facts of the situation, and it's probably not appropriate for me to express an opinion at this forum.
Okay.
That's right.
That's all right.
Okay, well, Councillor George.
Yeah, just in saying that, or talking about the liability or civil liability on councillors, it's kind of been said that once the plan was signed off on the 5th of May, that was the final decision. Can the legal officer actually tell me whether that was the final decision, or do councillors still have a democratic right to vote for or against the adoption of the plan?
Look, I can answer that.
No, I asked the legal officer.
Okay, where you go.
So I would reiterate my comment earlier that in May the council adopted the budgets, but the question of whether or not the liability falls will be something that I wouldn't be commenting on at this forum.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking plainly,
It wasn't adopted.
do councillors have the right at this meeting today, when we are dealing with the adoption of the long-term plan, to vote as they believe it is, as they feel, or as their mind turns to the document?
Absolutely.
So can you just answer that, please?
So the councillors are decision makers, and the answer is yes.
Yep, and
different to what we were told the other day.
Stephen, is there anything you want to add to that?
I think the key thing here is Mr Chair, is that, and I think the Auditor General made that clear, the decision-making rests with this table. What she and Sue and Cecilia and myself are attempting to do is that you have full knowledge of the ramifications of a decision that you might make collectively and individually as you cast your vote. And clearly today, our standing orders provide for you to vote for the resolutions, against them, or to abstain.
Yep.
Those are, you have three options, and it's very clear.
Can I just ask another question, follow up to that then, Mr Mayor, please? It raises the question, and the Auditor General comes today and talks about her report. If she had come today, and we only saw the report, we got a copy, an advance copy the other day. If she had come here and said, look, I've looked through your report and it doesn't stack up. You've got to, it's not what I believe is a proper document, so do more work. At this late stage, how would we handle that?
Well, look, Councillor George, that is a heck of a hypothetical, because we would have had plenty of warnings. So she, and you recall we had some interesting discussions last year with the Auditor's Office. And so she gave us some reasonably clear directions before signing off the draft. So we would have been in correspondence with her, and she would have been in correspondence with us. And so the issue of something like this, right at the last minute, basically leaving yourself in a situation where you just cannot change, and should not change because of the process we've got in place, just would not arise. So that's a theoretical that I just don't think you can base on any type of fact or practice that I've seen so far.
Well, can I just follow up on that, please, Mr Mayor? You had this letter from the 6 councillors 6 weeks ago, and the date. I'd just like to know what action has been taken, because they raised some concerns, and what action happened? Did they go away after you speaking to you in a happy mood? Or
Councillor George, you're clearly in a desperate
Clearly
state.
they didn't.
Well, Councillor George, one, you could talk to your colleagues for a start. And secondly, in terms of the concerns that were expressed and raised primarily as a consequence of the resolution that we passed supporting Councillor Mike's concerns about whether or not we could find more savings in the rail budget, the letter was primarily addressed at that. I met with all of the councillors, and in particular I met subsequent with Councillor Mike when it became clear as to exactly how we would go through the review to see whether or not there are extra savings. Now, Councillor George, I'm sure they all are really appreciative of the fact you want to be the union rep for them, but in the circumstances, everyone has got their own view. What Stephen has said is that we are now in a situation where we've got a very clear choice to make, and all he's doing, and the reason why I set this discussion up this way, was so that everyone was clear as to what the outcome of the decision was that they were wanting to make. So you knew exactly what the ramifications were. And so I don't think that we could set it any more black and white. It's not taken away from you your rights to vote yay or nay. I'd never ever do that, no one could. It's right at the heart of this. You've got the right to actually say no. All I'm saying to you is the consequences of that are clear, and I'm encouraging you, for all of the reasons that we've discussed so far and we'll probably will discuss for the rest of the day, to ensure that we have a budget, that we have supply. And then we can go forward with supply and continue on the discussions as we always do. Now I've got, sorry, I'm just about losing my voice, it's going to be a long day. Water. What I think we'll do is we'll go through to 11:15, we'll have a 5-minute break, get a cup of tea, pit stop, and then back into this, so that we keep things well lubricated and keep people well focused. So, Councillor Christine.
Well, thank you. Mine is a question.
Mm.
And
Sorry, Councillor Chris, I thought you were going to have a speech.
I would like to reserve my right to
that's
speak.
good. Yeah,
Is that right? Could we scroll back down to your additional amendments, recommendations?
Yep.
as you know, sir, my concern, and we all sit around here with different issues, my concern is not that of the targeted transport rate. And I want to make that quite clear. I do have reservations about the way that we consulted on it, but I recognise the importance of that rate in terms of being able to make progress. My concern is around your 3, and that is managing the impacts of significant rate increases, because that just doesn't do it for me. It really doesn't do it for me, because it's not actually trying to look at those drivers in terms of the general rate increase, and I want to know what your thinking is in and around that. You know, you say we're not in crisis, but for those councillors that are representing areas where the rates have doubled since the beginning of this council, they are in crisis. So those people expect a voice at this table. We've made the decision, you tell us, that we're not going to have a rates cap. So for people facing huge increases, you've made that decision, okay? You've made it. But we're here under 3. Is there going to be a review of the activities we're involved in? Where is that body of work going to come from to actually bring the general rates increase down? Because I think where we are at the moment is completely unacceptable to a lot of people. So could you explain to me under 3, we were told by the CEO that we could not reconsider, that the Auditor General would rule it out, we couldn't reconsider a rates cap if we were to go and reconsider anything. Well, if we can't have a rates cap, then, you know, how do you see 3 playing out?
Well, this is of course against the backdrop that it's not me who's made this decision. It is us around the table, and where you were in a significant minority in terms of the rates cap and also the UAGC discussion. Although one of those votes was reasonably close. And just to pick up the point that Cam's making, while we work towards finding a reasonable way forward, I do agree with annual UAGC debates, you know, and quite happy to pick that up. You know, it's worthy of it. Things change, and so I think that's a reasonable solution. I'd certainly pick it up. Now, Chris, one of the ways, Councillor Christine, one of the ways of actually dealing with this, as I say, I mean, it's my view that we just need to quietly work our way through this and recognise the challenges in front of us, but also try and find a better way forward and find some compromises where we can. And so the issue of managing the impact of significant rate increases is a hard one to actually moderate, because there's such a difference of opinions around this table as to how you deal with rate revaluations. I mean, you've heard from Stephen as our Chief Exec that his view is that one of the ways is for us to really work strongly on the issue of postponements, that we don't put enough energy and effort into that as a consequence of that. So, Councillor Chris, I guess the one point that you've been making is your view is that capital value, in fact, is a system that tends to impact worse against the high value properties than the lower value properties or medium value properties, and that you would like to see us carry out a review to look at annual rental value or to land value. My response to you on that front is if that were to be a part of the review, I'd be happy to support that. You know, as you know, the legislation set in place capital value as the starting system. And I think most Aucklanders seem to be reasonably comfortable with that. But as we go and as we see how the impact of Auckland's growth has challenges around different parts of our community where their value increases are highest, and that can be, you know, in Otara or Epsom, quite frankly, because those are the 2 areas where you had some of the fastest growth. you know, it may be timely to actually try and find whether or not LV or AV might be a better alternative. You know, in the legacy councils, both Auckland and Manukau did AV. So, you know, we could, as a part of expanding out that proposed amendment and work to be done, add that. What I would also suggest is that we're probably about an hour, 2 hours away maybe from actually voting on this. Take the opportunity to work with the Chief Exec and my office to bring together something that you would see as being more inclusive of the outcomes that you'd like to see. I mean, I don't mind just sort of dropping it at my table and say, well, you're the mayor, sort it out. But, you know, I think there's also some benefit if there's a specific focus you would like to see that work do, that we hear from you and that you put it in front of us all for us to decide.
Mr. Chairman, you haven't addressed my question. You're talking about step 2, which is managing the impact of the rate in terms of the general rate. The question that I'm specifically putting to you is what are the drivers of the general rate? As I expressed to the Auditor General, we don't have a lot of contestable policy advice in this place as individual councillors. During the first term of this council, because of my concern over what I could see as a growing general rate increase, some of us got together and tried to put together an alternative budget, cutting back some areas of social spend. You know, we haven't had the opportunity in the 5 years in this council to really get back to a proper review that is consulted on with the public in terms of the range of activities that we are going to fund using ratepayers' funds. So I'm asking the specific question about where is that body of work going to take place? Will that be consulted upon? And then let's look at it. The other question I have is to the CEO. Did he specifically put to the Auditor General the issue of revisiting a decision around the rates cap, whether that is a possibility for us to consider today?
Actually, you can answer that one first. Mr. Chief Executive Officer, I need a drink.
Through you, Chair, I think the Auditor General made it crystal clear to you this morning that if you change the financial model underpinning this LTP, we will not have an adopted LTP with an audit opinion by the 30th of June. So any material financial change you would contemplate today or tomorrow would not be able to be processed and to be in place by midnight on the 30th of June. I think she was absolutely crystal clear about that.
Mr. Chairman, you suggested
Okay,
that
so
we're having a break at 11:15. Is the Auditor General still here? Could that be something that is I can discuss with her?
Yeah, she did make it clear that she has 77 other councils that she's auditing at the moment and trying to get that through by the 30th of June. Look, Councillor, the reason why I asked her to specifically address the issues that we did today was primarily because of your request. And so she has been here and she's answered all of our questions thus far. But I suspect if you gave her a personal call, she'd definitely take the call and would answer that. Now, the second question you asked is the review of services. Councillor Chris, we've been sitting around here for the last 18 months reviewing our services. And I've got to say that when I first of all dropped the initial mayoral proposal and proposed a reduction of $3 billion in capital spend and a major chunk out of operational costs, 17% out of our operational costs, there was an uproar, particularly from the bench behind you. The concern was that we were going to cut services, we were going to do this, that and the other thing. And all I was doing was basically trying to realign the budgets and actually reset them and actually try and find some savings. Now, we spent 18 months basically going through all of the budget. And that was the opportunity to raise any other areas where you think we ought to get out of. So we arrived at the 7th and 8th of May, having heard from 32,000 odd Aucklanders, having gone through a pretty rigorous review of all of our budgets, and in the end, signed off what I thought was a reasonably good balance around our budgets. And all of those issues, you had 18 months to basically address them through that time. And if there was anything else you wanted me to lead to chunk out, I would have loved to have heard from you during that time. But Councillor, if you want to start another review, we will on the 1st of July start the process of the next annual plan. Now I'm very happy to go through anything that you want to take out of the budget and look at it.
Mr Chairman, with respect, these issues have been raised. The only offering that was put up was a dramatic reduction in parks and recreational facilities, which I do not believe that the public want to see. But I believe that there are savings that could be found in areas of social spend that are the legitimate responsibility of central government, and we have never been able to get that contestable policy advice coming through on those opportunities. So
Councillor, I'd like to therefore put you in a room with a discussion with Councillor Cathy on the issue of homeless budgets and stuff like that. Look, there's any number of differing views across this table where you like something, someone else doesn't. And it's that old story of finding the common medium, and as I said, I think by and large we found it pretty good.
But Mr Chairman, isn't that the very purpose of consultation? Isn't that the very information that the people of Auckland should have been allowed to express a view on if their rates are going to double? You know, so I just believe that 3 that you have is inadequate.
Okay, so, and I've accepted your challenge, and so we're going to break for a cuppa for 5, and I encourage you to see if there's something that you can add to that gives you more comfort in terms of how we would go forward in that review. So it gives it some more direction.
A follow-up question when we come back then.
Okay, that's good. Now look, if I can just take the opportunity to say we're going to take a break. Now I've got a batting line-up at this point. After Christine, I've got Denise, I've got Councillor Dick, I've got Councillor Wayne, and then I've got George. That's probably as good enough a batting line-up at this point, isn't it? And Councillor Ross. Yeah, and Councillor Mike? Yeah, good. Okay, so 5, take a break, we stand adjourned.
And me.
Yeah. Recommence. Okay, here's the batting order. Where's Denise? Oh, we can get it next. Okay, so Denise was actually next, but that's all right, we'll pick her up.
Or comments?
The issue of, Denise asked, well, is it questions or statements? Look, you can do what you like, really. I mean, if you want to continue to ask questions, that's fine. If you want to actually make your statement at this point, that's fine too. So, you know, we just need to keep moving it forward. And so if you want to make a question and a statement, that's good. Denise, you're on.
All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to be on the statement side of things. Today should be a simple ratification, and in my mind, that does mean how you voted last time is how you vote this time. But unfortunately, we are operating in an atmosphere or in a realm of lack of trust and wariness around the leadership and a leadership that's not valued. Unfortunately, that is the realm in which we're operating, and we've also got high revaluations to boot. So this is precisely the time where we should carefully bring ratepayers with us. Instead, we have a targeted rate that's severely lacking visibility. We had unprecedented feedback numbers, and it was interesting that the Auditor General raised that. Unprecedented feedback numbers, a fantastic consultation process, but no one had the script for this targeted rate. And I mean literally, as we sat round in those Have Your Say events, no one had the script referring to a $99 targeted rate.
That's right.
So what we've got now is a gradual cottoning on of what the impact of this is. And I'd suggest that the 6 who wrote the letter to you, Mr. Mayor, cottoned on after the vote as to what the raw impact would be, and that's exactly what's going to happen to ratepayers. A gradual, continual cottoning on of raw impact. Our own rates relief communications plan, which we're getting a little visibility or a little storytelling over, that alone will trigger people to cotton on the impact of rates for them personally. We've had some figures internally as to those who will be contacted in regards to a $1,000 or over increase this coming rated year. $1,000 is a lot of money. That's not taken into account.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Are we asking questions or debating at this
No,
stage?
no, councillor, it's okay. I've given instruction, and that is that if you want to debate or you want to ask a question or do both, you can at this time. Right? It's okay by me.
Which he covered just 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes ago. So those who are facing over $1,000 in increase in rates this year, we need to, in all instances, think through the mind of a ratepayer. What is that for them? That's a small renovation. That's school fees. For grandparents, that's their entire Christmas shopping budget for the whole family. That is impact. There is no two ways to look at that scenario. Raw impact. I resent losing my attempt for my amendment at a 20% rates cap. It was the least that we can do, could have done, in these circumstances. So simply put, given that, and I agree with the CE that this is not a day to debate content, I remain consistent. My vote last time was no, my vote today is no.
Well said. Councillor Dick.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just have a question, and I'd like to reserve the right to speak. And this may be helpful, but when the consultation documents were sent out, it referred to a flat, the possibility, and I acknowledge that it wasn't well notified, but there was a reference to a $58.99 flat fee. So my question to you, Mr. Mayor, is where did the suggestion of the $99 flat fee come from, which was provided at such a late date, and I think that gave many of the councillors cause to rethink their support for the budget. I know that, so I wonder if you'd just like to explain where that $99, exclusive of GST, came from, $114 inclusive of GST, because that was never referenced in any documentation that went out. But it did appear at the 11th hour, it seemed to me, and I would certainly like to know why that came up, where it came from, and why that was, where that came from. Is basically my question.
Councillor Quacks, when it became evident that we needed to look at some other alternative, because it was going to take us a while to go through the discussion with the government in terms of Marawa network charge or regional petrol tax, it would take us 2 or 3 years. With two choices. Take the 2.5% rate increase, that's good. Or, and then on top of that, well, are we actually going to do anything with the basic transport plan? And are we going to actually put an advanced transport plan in place? And the only way we could do that, and do it in a sustainable way, and do it in a way that wouldn't breach the borrowings caps, was to look at what type of figure would deliver us reasonable cash up front, so that we could do it without borrowing excessively. And so the issue of the $99 levy was the one that suited that profile best. If you're going to have a levy, look at all the options. And so, of course, going back to the 7th and 8th, we went through all of those options. We could have gone to any number of other options, but that was the one in particular that managed to deal with the issue of how much debt you'd take on, what you would pay for up front, and what would assist us in raising our share of the $523 million over 3 years while we went through a broader debate with the government. So, look, it came in, of course, at a point in time where I needed to introduce it as an extension on the budget or not. And at that point in time, you know, you could have just said, no, we don't want it. Or you said, yes, we do, we'll have a debate around the couple of options, had that debate, and the decision was made. And,
all due respects, Mr. Mayor, that option was never, ever consulted on, the $99, and you've made reference now to this as a 18-month process that we've gone through, and yet it's the 11th hour that we came up with the $114 flat fee per household. And you know, that to me shows poor management decision-making.
Yeah. Councillor, you disagreed with it?
Absolutely.
That's fair enough.
Point of order, Mr Chair. Councillor Quacks asked specifically who, and we all know who, but for the public record, we need you to tell the public who, which individual came up with this $99 transport targeted rate, not why we need a transport targeted rate.
Give us a break.
Come on, be honest. Be honest.
You've been silly.
Come on, be honest.
Look, you've been ridiculous. Now, look,
tell us. Tell the public who.
Yeah, Councillor Kim.
Not why.
Okay.
Who?
It's okay. Okay, so one of the things that we have done over these 5 years thus far.
Doctor.
Not why. Who?
Doctor Who.
Be honest.
Doctor Who.
And they have the numbers, they said.
Yeah, who? Who was it?
Have you finished? Thank you. What I do like about the work that we've done thus far is over the last 5 years we've actually put together Auckland Transport. We have put together and continue to receive strong advice from the organisation in terms of transport. We've got our own finance team. We've got my council staff who work in and around the space. And so in the end, it was me working with a collective of council officers, both within the organisation, outside, and of course within the organisation, led by the Chief Executive Officer.
Oh, come on.
Now, so in terms of the options for us, that is how the final proposal was put together. And look, that is not dissimilar to how we've been able to bring together the work over 5 annual plans now, is basically for my role as the Mayor to bring the budgetary proposal forward. One, all of the work we did together through that 18-month period, listening to you all, listening to the organisation, and then bringing together, having consulted with the community, a proposal as a consequence. So, Councillor, I'm not quite sure what you're trying to elucidate, but that's it, and it's been no different for 5 years. It's basically, by and large, a collaborative effort.
Yeah, right.
All right. Councillor Wayne.
Sure. I was one of those 6 councillors that signed that letter that you got shortly after the budget debate on the 7th and 8th of May. And the purpose of that letter, certainly on my part, was to try and bring things to a head so that we could address a number of issues, specifically around the transport targeted rate. We weren't happy with it then, and we're not happy with it now. My belief is that it's possible to still have those transport projects, and I don't think there's any issue about the projects themselves, without having a transport targeted rate. We've been told by the Chief Executive, and I think by the Officer of the Auditor General, that it is possible for us to revisit this long-term plan almost immediately after we've passed it. The question I've got, and this is a question, is can we do that? Secondly, if our consultation has been comprehensive enough that it covers off the option of not having a transport targeted rate, and I'd suggest that that consultation does cover that off, then surely we are in a position to make a call at another meeting, an extraordinary meeting, that no, we don't want the transport targeted rate, but yes, we can fund those projects through other means. We do know, and you have pointed out, that there are some extraordinary circumstances. For example, Ports of Auckland, I would hope, aren't going ahead with those extensions. I think you've alluded to that. I don't know what the cost of that is. It's a capital cost. It's a substantial sum of money. This is relevant.
Now, hang on. I'll decide that. So just wait.
And I'd appreciate if you do decide it.
Hang on. Just hang on. So just keep focused on what we've got at the moment. We don't know anything at this point in time as to what ports are doing. So let's just not presume anything yet.
Well, I'm just picking up on your comments, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I tried to be as obtuse as I could.
I understand that. We also know, and we indicated in the long-term plan resolutions we passed, that there is a big question mark over regional facilities stadium strategy, and we know that there is a significant amount of capital involved there. We know that it is possible for our CCOs, Auckland Transport, Water Care, Auckland Council Investments Limited in particular, to defer capital. And what we're talking about in this transport targeted rate are not big amounts of capital. In the terms of our overall budget, they're actually relatively small. We also know that if we look at the interest to revenue ratios, we've actually got some room to move. Our revenue could well go up. Who knows, our interest might come down, but we've got room to move in those ratios. I would hope, and it's my question, and the Chief Executive might answer it, can we readdress this transport targeted rate? Is it conceivable that we could find the mechanism to knock it on the head so that we still go ahead with the projects that we all agree with, but we don't need it? And if the consultation process has been robust enough, do we actually need to go out and consult? Because I would suggest we've got sufficient mandate from the public not to have the transport targeted rate? And how quickly could we do it?
Is that your statement?
And does it mean that the rates for the year, and I'm talking about the 2015-2016 year, would not then include the transport targeted rate?
So I think the Auditor General was helpful in her clarity to you earlier. This LTP needs to be adopted and there is not time to alter it. Having adopted it, then the council could discuss and propose an amendment to that new LTP at some date after the 1st of July. And we said this morning that if it is categorised as being an amendment to the LTP, then you must undertake public consultation to seek the public's feedback, and you would have to you'd have to have the amendment audited before it goes out, and then you would need a clear audit opinion at the end of the process to amend the LTP. We said we think you would need at least 3 months to undertake that process, but it is something that you could contemplate during the 15-16 year, the first year of the LTP, and you would need to, as part of that process, weigh up the costs and benefits of diverting the organisation into amending something that you have just adopted days before. That would be your choice as governing body.
Just in respect of my question, if we did that, could we have a net result for the 15-16 year where we didn't have a transport targeted rate?
I mean, yes, you could fiddle with the rates in that current year. You would have to think about restriking them, for example. That, you know, as I say, you would need to weigh up the costs and benefits of doing all of that for 3 months, and then you'll be backing into the next annual plan process. So you'll be spending so much time planning and possibly not doing a lot of doing.
But just taking this further, given that the transport targeted rate is discrete, it's separate, is it not relatively simple to deal with it? We don't have to, I'm suggesting, visit the rest, the bulk of what we're approving. We were focused on the transport targeted rate.
Through your chair, it all depends on the materiality of it. And if you materially change the council group's financial models, we will have to go through the entire process that we've just been through.
So does it change the whole financial model? Surely not.
What you've got to remember, Councillor, is that there are other governing body members who are quite happy with the level of the targeted rate at the moment. So there'll be a debate about what is the level until you secure and nominate and get a majority to vote for the level of the rate. We don't know whether it's material or not.
So work can be done. That's the short. Okay, Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just only want to talk about the amendment, so I just want to clarify to make sure that I still can reserve my speaking rights to this abstention.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So I can't speak. I can't vote for either of these amendments, and it's partly because they go against what Councillor Casey and myself have consistently been arguing in the model that we put up. And it's interesting, Mr Mayor, that you talked about Cameron's this and Christine's this and Uncle Tom Cobley's this, but you never mentioned at all the alternative that Chloe Casey put up that actually garnered 7 votes, and I think possibly there's another couple of votes could be behind it now, so you might want to reflect on that. I can't vote for Cam's nor the Mayor's one for the same reason. Councillor Brewer's amendment there talks about for each ratepayer, so in effect that means he's not wanting to change the composition, he just wants to leave it so that business will still pay $114 net after they claim tax and GST, and the same as a ratepayer. So that is regressive. It's highly regressive against the residential ratepayer, and it's highly regressive against small business. So I cannot support that. And then the same with the Merrill proposal that's up there, and it's not on the screen at the moment. But again, it talks about the level of the transport levy. Not only is levy a wrong word because it is a targeted rate, we should be accurate about this, but it doesn't talk about the composition of that level. So we'd look at the level of the transport levy, which should be targeted rate, but we're not going to look at the composition. So I could vote for it if it changed to level and composition of transport targeted rate, and I could vote for it if it had a new one in there which said we would look at the level of the 16-17 general rate strike, which is presently 3.5 under the Merrill proposal. So that's the rationale. I mean, I've been very consistent that what we've got up there, the way we've composed our transport targeted rate is incredibly regressive, and I would be just looking to make sure that whenever we do review this next year, because yes, I believe it is too late now, unfortunately, we would be making sure, I'll be making sure and I'll be advocating to take the pressure off the residential ratepayers. Thank you.
Councillor Clough, thank you. So my suggestion is that you spend a little bit of time making the changes that you've asked for, and then we'll see whether or not, once they come up there, I'm okay with it, but I'm reasonably confident or comfortable with what you're proposing there. I mean, the level of transport levy is basically to open up a discussion that will continue on from the 1st of July. So why don't you make some proposals there which will basically just expand on it and give it some more context. Okay, Councillor Mike.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do want to ask a question, and I do reserve my right to speak later. The discussion has seemed to have morphed into a debate now, but my question goes back to the advice from the Auditor General, and it's a legal question. It's to seek legal advice, and also based on the handout that the Chief Executive has just given us. The first statement is that the council is always required to have a long-term plan, and yet we are told that the present long-term plan will lapse on 30th of June, and yet we have, as you pointed out, the legal right to vote yes or no to this long-term plan. I think there are assumptions being made here because the situation we're dealing with right now is, in my experience, unprecedented. The assumption is that the present long-term plan lapses and therefore we must have another long-term plan in its place. I think that the rationale is flawed here. We presently have a long-term plan called the 2012-2022 long-term plan, not as the Chief Executive has indicated in his paper, the 2012-2015 long-term plan. It's the 2012-2022 10-year long-term plan that was audited and voted on, and that's the long-term plan under the authority of which we act. Now, the assumption is that there'll be a new long-term plan that will take its place, and therefore, naturally, it lapses. But if there is no new long-term plan to take its place, my understanding is it is not automatic that the 2012-2022 long-term plan lapses, it stays in place. So I would like our legal advisor to confirm the section of the Act that says the 2012-2022 long-term plan lapses at midnight on 30th of June 2015, independently of whether we replace it or not, because I don't think the process is an independent one. The 2022 long-term plan lapses because it's been replaced, not independently of decisions of this council.
Through the chair, the relevant section is section 93 of the Local Government Act. Section 93(1) says a local authority must at all times have a long-term plan. Section 93(2) talks about using the special consultative procedures, and section 93(3) says a long-term plan must be adopted before the commencement of the first year to which it relates and continues to be in force until the close of the third consecutive year to which it relates. So the last long-term plan was, the last 3 years expires 30 June 2015.
Can I also say that I'm concerned that in terms of bullet point 3B, the statement is made, if rates are not set, then the council cannot collect or require rates from ratepayers from 1st of July 2015. And then there's a footnote, after 1st of July, if the council has not yet set rates, it can, under the Local Government Act, send out a rates invoice for up to 25% of the previous year's assessment. It would have been nice if that was added in, not put down in smaller font as a bullet point, because that is the fact. Thank you.
Chair, I think it's really important to understand then what does that mean, because yes, you can send out an invoice which is not backed up by a long-term plan, and so you can collect some cash flow from willing ratepayers, but the lapse will have occurred. The lapse of the long-term plan, it's not about adopting a new one and then the lapse taking effect. The lapse occurs first. If there is no long-term plan adopted from the 1st of July, we have no long-term plan and we lose the mandate of the programs and delegations from that long-term plan. And yes, we can collect up to 25% of the current year's rates, but we cannot enforce the collection of those rates because there is no adopted long-term plan.
Thank you. I would argue that we still have a 2012-2022 long-term plan, but that's arguable. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
hang on, stop.
It's not arguable.
Yeah, well, I know that, and Councillor Mike, you're getting some pretty straight, clear advice here, and sometimes, you know, despite your best efforts, you're not right on everything. And in this one, I think
you've lost him now, Mr. Mayor.
That you're not
You've
right.
lost him now.
Yeah. Right on the reclamation, though. That's the main.
That's right.
Oh, that's the one vote you've lost, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cam.
moment.
I know you're counting.
I did not know that.
Right, we move on to order. Councillor George.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Well, Mr. Mayor, I've still got a couple of questions on this business of this targeted rate, and seeing we're on the subject now, I'd just like to clarify.
Yep.
Was it the subject of presentation at the Have Your Say meetings that we would go for a targeted rate if we didn't get the petrol tax or motorway charges?
Oh, look, I wasn't at them all, George. Some of them, it wasn't a major part of it, and that's to be fair. You know, I mean, there's been so much discussion about what was or what was not consulted on. It was just clear, and, you know, most of the primary focus, to be fair, was certainly on the primary options available. In the first instance, would we do a motorway network charge, or would we do a petrol levy and rate increase? And those were the two things that we mostly focused on. Now, there was discussion about whether or not in the interim we would have a targeted rate to see us through a transition period and transition discussion. But, certainly in my experience, it wasn't anywhere near as extensive a discussion as we had with regard to the specific issues of the motorway network charge and the levy.
Okay,
So that's my experience, George. Everyone will have their own experience. Stephen, just from an operational level.
I think the key, Chair, is that we did include that possibility in the household summary. So it's gone to every single ratepayer in Auckland that is a possibility. And transport was the major focus of pretty much every event and interaction around the region.
Actually, I've been trying to find that in this, but I'll come and see you later and show me where it is. I can't seem to find it. But the other point I've just want to ask Mr. Mayor is, in this document, the consultation document, it clearly indicates that there were two options for raising this transport revenue. It was either a targeted rate or a value-based targeted rate. So how did you land on the targeted rate, uniform targeted rate, as opposed to the land-based targeted rate or rate, which Councillor Clove mentioned, but he didn't follow up on that point? That's the curious thing in my mind, is how we've landed on these positions when you came back with your reply from the consultation. So can you...
Councillor George, we actually had, I remember the minute-by-minute discussions we had over 2 days because it was a long process. And we actually spent most of our time on the first day debating this issue in particular. It was a long debate. And the issue of Councillor Ross's recommendation wasn't an easy one for me. Because in terms of the UAGC, you know where my position has been on the UAGC over not just 5 years here, but for many years in Manukau. I have been a strong supporter of not going to an overly high level of a UAGC. And you know, that's been reiterated through this annual plan, but I also recognise that there are reasonable arguments for why you would want to increase the UAGC, and I can understand that for those on higher value properties it provides a real palliative. And so when we were looking at the proposal to come through, and this was all part of the discussion, part of the two parts to Councillor Ross's proposal. The first part was his lack of enthusiasm for a capital-based, rather a flat fee as against a capital-based fee. And the second part was how much the business community would cop. In terms of the flat fee, for me, what I liked about it was, firstly, its simplicity. I think what Aucklanders really have appreciated in terms of the discussion they've had thus far around the proposed motorway levy is $2 every time you go on. It's simple. And so for what we worked up with here and what we have ended up with, $2 a week, quite simple for everyone, flat fee. The second issue then is, you know, how does that relate to every other ratepayer? And of course, there was quite a strong level of support around the table for the issue of a fixed fee that would give some remediation for those in the high value properties who weren't getting any benefit from a UAGC going sort of to 500, 600, 700, 800. And look, I remember all these discussions very well, and Councillor George, you might forget this part of it, but that was certainly a part of the discussion that led finally to the outcome that we saw. Now, what I expect we'll see through the next few months is, again, a reassessment of that, and there will be, I suspect, a re-debate around that, because whatever the various views around this chamber are, I think by and large most people recognise that we just can't do nothing in terms of the transport spend. We actually have to move. And as I noted with you, when we went to Strategic and Finance to decide the spend for $523 million over 3 years, there was not one dissenter. You all wanted to spend that fund deriving out of their targeted rate, as do the local boards and their support. So, you know, I think that there is a general comfort around here. It's the level of and the justifiable level of our targeted rate. And I recognise that has been ongoing discussion, and we will certainly have that. So, Councillor George, you know, that's my recollection of the general thrust of the discussion and the reason why we arrived at where we arrived at, and you know, how we go in that discussion and debate going forward. If your view is that it should be on CV rather than fixed charge, then I look forward to receiving your advice and your encouragement through that discussion, although I suspect your community will have a slightly different view, as will Councillor Cams.
Well, I'm just asking the question. I'm trying to find out how you decided that those quantums. So and that's the real issue. It's not what my community thinks or what I think. I want to know how you arrived at it, because it just seemed to come up anyway.
So look, I've tried to describe to you as best I can.
Yeah, it's different to what's in the consultation document.
Yeah, and you've noted that on about 70 occasions now.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I accept that.
I'll keep doing it.
Yep,
because it's a
that's
concern
good.
to me.
Okay, Councillor John Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
But Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Oh, yes.
It's not really a point of order, but
Then
I
why are you
did
raising
want to
it?
get your attention.
Oh, right, you want to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor, I just...
Well,
looked
you are
before,
anyhow.
And if Councillor Watson will just bear with me for a moment. Councillor Wood did ask a question about whether that was included in your Have Your Say documents.
You mean in our Have Our Say?
Yeah, and I do have the slideshow here. From the
point of
Have Your
order. This is a point of order. We have got standing orders in place for this meeting. We confirmed them at the last governing body meeting, and so you took a speaker. I think we should take the speaker, because the point of order is not a point of order.
Well, hang on. Order. Hang on. No, I'm sure I'll be able to make a decision on this. I actually was trying to, Councillor Dick Quacks, I give him a bit of latitude, it has to be said. And look, I was just waiting to see whether or not there was a point of order in there. And I was probably going to decide it about a second after you interceded that I can't really see a point of order in there, Councillor Dick.
No, well,
now, you probably know better than anyone that it's not really a point of order. In fact, you fessed up right at the front.
It's tabling documents.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just trying to be helpful and give some clarification to the question that Councillor Wood asked about the slideshow at the Have Your Say events, where there was no mention of an interim or an interim transport levy or a targeted transport rate. I just want to make that clear.
Okay, Councillor John, sorry about the interruption.
That's all right, don't worry about it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and also thank you to the Auditor General and everyone else who's given advice today. I think it's probably, given that backdrop, it's probably the appropriate time for me to make my contribution to the general debate, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, because really it goes to the matter of the targeted transport rate and the consultation that led to it, and in essence, whether there is a public mandate for that part of the long-term, that crucial part of the long-term plan. And I guess from what we've heard today, there obviously have to be very special circumstances, and very significant ones, to consider voting against this long-term plan. I don't think anyone's under any illusion with respect of that. I listened carefully to the Auditor General, and in particular I noted the comments that in terms of the consultation, that the key issue that was being discussed with the community was to do with the transport package. It was something that was really important to the community, and it was important to draw attention to options. They are the words that the Auditor General used. We've heard that whether that was adjudged adequate or not was handed over to the and it seems rather peculiar to me, but that the Auckland Council makes the call on whether that was adequate or not, and we've heard that in the view of the council officers that it was adequate. I took the liberty of going to the Local Government Act in terms of what it actually says in relation to the principles of consultation that we're obviously bound by, and very specifically they refer to 2 points, and the first one is whether the public, refers to persons, etc., but whether the public have reasonable access to relevant information and in a manner and format that is appropriate, and secondly, that those affected should be encouraged by the local authority to present their views. So on the first hand, reasonable access, and the second hand, people encouraged to present their views. That's the criteria. And everyone around here at this table knows that the key document was that household summary. There was the Shape Auckland, the 60-odd pages of that, but the household summary was what we were consulting on at those meetings, and that, more crucially, I guess, it was the questionnaire that the public responded to. CEO has made the reference in terms of that to the 16 pages and the fact that the targeted rate was covered off there. I can only find one sentence in those 16 pages, and that said, under either funding option, a targeted rate may also be required. That was it, one sentence. Crucially, in question 2B, which looked at the various alternative funding regimes and their attendant costs, there was no mention of the targeted rate. That's where you would have expected to find that if that desire to get public feedback was genuine, and a targeted rate that, amongst other things, adds 4.4% to the general rates. And the surprising thing is it wasn't as if there wasn't a shortage of information on some of the other options. I mean, when it came to the fuel tax one, for instance, we had plenty of information on that. Annual fuel tax increase of 1.2 cents per litre, overall average rates increase of around 1% each year, in addition to the proposed 3.5% overall. So there was plenty of detail for that. So it seems a little curious in those circumstances, if we go back to those words of reasonable access to information and encouraging to submit, that there was nothing. But I guess that can be argued. That can be argued one way or the other. You could hold that one sentence up as adequate consultation. But I guess the real test of the pudding is really in the public response. What was the public response to the targeted rate? Well, we heard earlier that there was a huge amount of submissions here, 27,000 written submissions, 1,400 people at the Have Your Say, 1,300 through digital channels. So there was no shortage of people responding to the long-term plan. But when we go to the question of the targeted rate, out of those, by my calculation, could be wrong, 271,554 feedback points, there was 39 to do with the targeted rate, of which 25 supported, and one residents' association. So are we honestly to believe, if we have fulfilled the terms of that local government requirements in terms of consultation, that when it comes to a proposal that, amongst other things, adds pretty close to 10% when added to the rate increase, to the average rate, an average increase of roughly $200 per year for the average household, by my calculation, are we to honestly believe that in Auckland's 1.4 million people, if that consultation was genuine and in the spirit of the Local Government Act, there's only 39 people who've got a view of that? I find that a little hard to accept. So I guess, Mr. Mayor, and I'm coming to the end now, with the adoption of this plan, it is very significant, and that's really an understatement. But I would suggest what is also significant and also requires responsibility is the rating impact on the public. I would suggest that quite a bit of responsibility has to be exercised there. And I suppose that's a balancing act that people will strike today. I just find it a bit disappointing, Mr. Mayor, that there hasn't been a far more unequivocal statement that the consultation was inadequate and that people really weren't consulted on, because I believe that was the case. Thank you.
Very good contribution.
Good. All right. Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Arthur.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to put some things in perspective here. I mean, there's a number of Aucklanders have sold out at very good prices of recent times and moved out and bought property at half the price and suddenly realise they're paying a lot more rates down where they've gone than they paid in Auckland for the services they get. The other thing is there's a word been missing in our discussion this morning, is the word interim with the transport levy. And that was brought about for the simple reason that government isn't in a position as yet to give us some direction with the transport, and so you've had to bring in the interim transport levy that wasn't discussed to try and get us through this. The one thing on my question basically will be to the CEO. I'd like you to just clarify for the public of Auckland to understand what the actual average increase of rates are going to be per week with these new figures. My understanding is a $500,000 value is going to be $3.44 per week. $750,000 value house, $3.92 per week. $1 million house, $4.40 per week. And a 1.5 million house, $5.36 per week. We talk about percentages. Well, let's just put the dollar signs there so people can understand what it's all about and make the decision based on some real facts. So, Mr. CEO, is that the correct numbers?
Through you, Chair, yes, those numbers are correct, and they're in a very helpful table on page 8 of the long-term plan, in colour.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Arthur. Councillor Alf.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just questions, and I reserve my right to speak. Your Worship, I've heard some councillors around the table mention the capping of rates, and I just wanted to sort of get some clarification in regards to what can and cannot be done in regard about the capping of rates, because I know we ended up having a debate around the reasons why. So can I just get some clarifications as to why? My understanding was that the government in the first long-term plan said, look, okay, in regards to this transitional period, yes, we will do that 10%. So can I just get some clarification around that, please?
Yeah.
Through you, Chair. So you had two. So yes, the legislation did provide for a transition period for the first 3 years of the super city, and this coming rating year, that transition provision in the legislation finishes.
Yes.
So you had a vigorous debate about whether you should have a cap on the amount of increase. And remember too that the decreases were also capped under the legislation. And you took a vote on that, and it did not enjoy significant support. So if you want to reintroduce it as part of the adoption of the LTP, you know, I think it's the same as other financial changes that once you shift the scope of the LTP in a financial and a rating sense, we would get back into a loop of having to run that through audit, and we won't be able to do that by Monday the 30th of June.
Okay, and another question through you, Your Worship. What is our current rating from Standard & Poor's?
AA.
AA. Is there any other organisation that has AA rating in New Zealand?
Well, certainly none in crisis.
Look, yep. So I just wanted.
Point of order. We're not in the crisis, apparently, Mr.
Yeah. So I just wanted to get some clarification around those, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only other AA rated entity in New Zealand rated at that level by Standard & Poor's is in fact the Crown, the government of New Zealand.
Okay, and would it be would I be correct that if this LTP doesn't go through, that rating could well be sort of in the firing line, for want of a better term?
As I stated earlier in my response, our credit rating would be reviewed immediately. It would be on negative watch and then on review. I'm not in a position to comment on the impact on the New Zealand government's rating.
Okay, and just one last question, Your Worship, is the percentage of feedback that we got through submissions around the transport. I recall, and I stand corrected, about 84% identified transport as an issue, as in one of their major concerns, and that they wanted to at least for the council to look at. I just wanted to sort of find out if anybody could tell me what the percentage was.
Oh, Tanya, are you here? There you are. Tanya, or Matthew, there's a bit of waving going on around here.
I just wanted to find out, around the submissions, how many identified transport as one of the key issues that they wanted Auckland Council to fix? I think I recall about 84%. I stand corrected. I just wanted to get some clarification around that, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We didn't specifically ask people about whether transport was, I guess, their key issue to fix. But I do have the statistics on people's responses in terms of investing more for the Auckland Transport Program.
And on 3.5% rates. Yeah. Because that, I think, is what you're saying. It's
Sorry,
80%.
sorry, Your Worship, I thought that was my question, not Cameron's.
Oh, I think he was actually talking to his phone.
Oh, was he?
He was talking. He was asking about how many opposed the 3.5%.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm just waiting for a response from Tanya.
It was 80%.
Yes,
That's
I know.
okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I think it was 80%.
Yeah, sorry.
Right, Councillor Cam.
So 50% of submitters supported the Auckland Plan Transport Network, which was the largest group of people in terms of the response to the transport question through consultation. Compared to the survey results, which showed 58% of people supported investing more to deliver the Auckland Plan Transport Program.
Okay. Thank you, Worship, and I would appreciate it that if people are talking, that councillors who have been rude do not interrupt. Thank you.
Yeah, I just think that perhaps they're getting a little hungry.
They are.
Okay. Right.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship.
While Tanya's there, can I just get confirmation of the question that I had my wires crossed without, about
Councillor,
what percentage of
Councillor Cam,
submitters were opposed to a 3.5% rates increase?
So thank you.
Why aren't we allowed that answer?
Just order, please, because it's not your turn.
Because it's 80%.
Because we haven't got a 3.5 reps.
Not only that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, 80% were against
2.5.
3.5. No, it's not 2.5, Councillor Cooper. You can keep believing that.
Councillor Cam, just hang on. It's all good. What we're doing is taking things in order, and you sort of aren't paying a lot of respect to that order at the moment, so just wait.
Okay, I'll ask.
I got Councillor Cathy next.
I have a question about your new recommendation. Can you just tell me whether asset recycling includes asset sales and what it actually means, and also what are the range of the alternative sources of funding? Would that include, like, say, sponsorship or naming rights of our libraries and stuff like that? What's the extent of it? Because I'm not happy with the way it looks at the moment.
Well, I have to say, asset recycling is not my favourite word.
What does it mean?
Well, I suspect that sometimes, I mean, we have, for example, in this LTP, got a target for the sale of $100 million worth of surplus land every year. And so sometimes, you know, as we're buying land, we're selling it. And you could interpret that as selling an asset to buy an asset. So you're in effect recycling it. But look, I'll leave it to the experts. What do you think recycling is, Sue? And can we scrub that recommendation up so that it says what it means?
Mr. Chair.
People
Better than
understand.
sales.
Yeah, I think sales would be
We
good.
from the Eco City like recycling.
Okay, Sue.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the
Recycle the
answer to your question, Councillor Casey, asset recycling does mean potential disposal of assets. They could include property.
Can we say the proper words then, if that's what's been proposed?
Property
'Cause
resale.
I will ask for that line to be taken separately and vote against it, but I'd like that changed to asset sales then.
Or asset disposal?
Asset sales.
It may not actually just be property, Councillor
And
Casey.
could you give me the range of alternate sources of financing that's been looked at?
The terms of reference for all of this work will go to Finance and Performance Committee next month in July. The range of alternate sources of financing that will be considered is quite extensive. It doesn't preclude looking at sponsorship, nor does it preclude looking at partnerships with private sector that may be other than sponsorship, and nor does it preclude looking at public-private placements as a way of financing. But I reiterate, the terms of reference will be taken to the Finance and Performance Committee meeting at in their July meeting.
Sky City Central Library.
I don't think so.
Actually, what it does highlight though, and Kathy, what we've been discussing, really for the last 3 odd hours, is that we have to be, we've got to try and be pragmatic and reasonable around how we actually make this build happen. One of the things that I've been pleased with is to see the level of private sector investment coming into some of the work we're doing in transport. I mean, the precinct property development, where in effect they're saving us for $60 or $70 million worth of that tunnel at the start of the enablements. If we're stuck in the time warp of not being able to do anything outside of the old way, then we're never going to be able to build this city the way we need to. It's just never going to be enough money. So all we're asking the officers here to do is to make a list and prepare a list and a report with pragmatic and potential alternatives, and we can just say yes or no. But I think it's really important to actually have the discussion. What the outcomes of it will be in our hands. I got Councillor Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I just wanted to comment on the household document that went out. We actually sat around this table as a governing body and signed off that document, and I don't think any of us here, sitting here, said, oh gosh, we haven't highlighted the levy enough. So I think but I also think that we need to take responsibility for that collectively, and we can't blame anybody else. So if we didn't do that right, we actually signed that off. So we need to own that and do better next time. I think, Mr. Chairman, all the talk about what we could change and what we can't, well, we just simply can't at this stage. So all of that is moot. The LTP has been an 18-month process. It's been researched, developed, it's been debated, it's had items added and subtracted, and we all around this table fully participated, and in the gallery. And not everything in it is palatable to everyone, but a lot of it is exactly what our community, local boards and councillors want. Every single one of us debated passionately about things we wanted. And we heard from over 23,000, maybe 25, because there was a 1,200 have your say, that many people who, high percentage, wanted us to address transport. And a high percentage said they were willing to pay extra. That was what was really clear. By whatever means, they said, yes, we want a robust addressing of our transport issues, and we're willing to pay extra. And those people also knew that we couldn't toll or use a fuel tax unless we had legislation. And that would take time. Everybody knew that. But I don't think that any of those people who wanted that so passionately thought we'd sit around for 3 years and do nothing. So for me, I support the transport levy because it allows us to do something in between the basic transport plan and the full transport plan. An interim levy for an interim plan that allows us to robustly address the issues we have in transport. I sit in my little car with my name all over it on the motorway, and I know people are looking at me going, why don't you fix it? You know, you're a councillor. Linda Cooper councillor, come on, fix it, you know. But I'm sitting, and Todd sends us emails all the time about that bus not moving from Kumeu along that motorway. And good on him, you know, it's great. and some great ideas, Todd. So I think the thing around this is that we can't change it at this late stage. I can't support the amendment put up by Councillor Brewer because we can do that without that amendment. All of these things in item F and all of the things in that amendment, we can actually do that if we want to. The Auditor General has actually said that. And we know that the long-term plan is a 10-year iterative process. And it is a 10-year document, not a 7-year document. That's why it's not legal when it sits there as a 7-year document, as it would be if we didn't pass this today on July the 1st. So, look, I think we've got a lot in here that's very good, and I know that some people are very worried, but I'm also very pleased that the transition has come off, because as much as people say people are going to suffer now because it's come off, there were people that have waited 5 years paying more in the dollar than other citizens in Auckland, and that wasn't fair either. You know, it's our responsibility, well, I feel my responsibility, that we have to bite the bullet. We had to take the transition off. We wear it this year, along with the revaluations. All of that is part of what we have to do. So I think the transport levy will robustly, in the interim, address our transport issues. You know, everybody's contributed to this plan. It's not just the Mayor's plan. This is a 20 to 30 year planning exercise, this first 10 years. You know, mayors and councillors come and go, and I'm sure we will, and people will speak next year, whatever they think of what we've done. And that's part of this job too. It's only a 3-year job. So I think we've got, yeah, and that's right. We've got to face the fact. If people don't like it, they'll get rid of us, and so be it, unfortunately or fortunately, whatever the way you look at it. That's the reality of being in politics. But I think that individuals, organisations, 21 local boards, 20 councillors and the Mayor sat around this table and thrashed this out, and every single one of us have got something that we're really passionate about in here. And a whole lot of us voted for the LTP, even the ones that say they don't like it today. They voted for it in May. And I don't know what happened in the interim. Nothing changed in the plan, nothing at all. And yes, they might have cottoned on, but as councillors, you need to be cottoning on in the meeting, not later. You need to know your stuff in the meeting. So I will support this LTP, but I won't support Councillor Brewer's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so look, councillors, I think at 12:30, I think it's probably a good time to actually take a bit of a break. I probably have got now there are 1 or 2 who reserved their rights, and so we will climb into that in the afternoon. But in the meantime, why don't we take half an hour? I'm sure you will, George. So we will take a break, and councillors, it's downstairs. But to you all, well done, and let's just keep it jumping. Back underway, I want to acknowledge one of our local board colleagues who's here, trying to remain oblivious to it all right down the back, is the local board chair of the southernmost ward. Happens to be turning 50 today.
Wow.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Andy. Happy birthday to you. Up, up. You'll shout, Andy, later. Okay?
He's actually 60, just to...
Told me it was 40. 60.
He's 60.
He told me 40.
No, he's 60 today. Congratulations, mate.
60, nice.
Nothing wrong with 60.
Nothing wrong with 60.
No.
You're upsetting a few people now.
That's right.
He just aged 2 years
60 is
in
the
the
new
space
40.
of 2 minutes.
Okay, right. Now, councillors.
No, George.
We've had, order please. George, will you sit down please? We've had a good long process this morning. And I want us to try and deal to this by two. Right, so I've got 3 people who formally want to speak. I've got the batting lineup is Bill, Cam, George, and Chris.
And I want to ask a question.
And a question, okay. Cal, Dick. Question from.
Maybe my question could go first.
Oh yeah, okay. Your question first, Penny A, Penny W.
Yeah, can I just ask the Chief Executive, a lot of people in my area are concerned, until I explain to them, that the levy is being used for the CRL. I know you've given us an explanation, but maybe you could give other people an explanation.
Through you, Chair, so just to ensure that people are clear, the City Rail Link was in both transport options, so the transport levy contributes to a range of modes and network improvements. I think what's interesting about the City Rail Link, if you look at the last 3 financial years, we've invested 186 million on the City Rail Link, which is 9% of that 3-year capital investment, and 395 million is planned for the next 3 years, which is 20% of the budget across the 6 years, which is approximately a $4 billion program. The CRL's taken 15%, 14.5. So the CRL is not gobbling up the transport investment program in the way that people think it is. It is actually a minor part of the program at 14.5% over 6 years.
Right, very good. Did you get that? Excellent. Right, so I've got, as it stands, Councillor Bill, Councillor Cam, Councillor George, Councillor Chris, Councillor Cal, Councillor Dick, Councillor Wayne, Councillor Ross, and perhaps we wrap it, Councillor Mike. Thank you. Right, Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So one of the things we've been debating about this morning is how well was this interim transport levy or targeted rate, whatever you want to call it, how well was it consulted about? So the words in the documents are one thing, the word out in the public is another. And of the Have You Say events that I attended, which is 1.5 in Fow, and I apologise to Ross, I was a bit late getting to the first one. Oraki 1, Manurewa 3, Howick 1, Papakura 3, Rodney 2, Franklin 1, unfortunately. The one big topic consistently, whether you were from Wellsford or Oraki, was transport. And the one option they said, get it fixed. We want to get it moved. I said, we may have to wait for the government to come on board. Get it fixed was the response. Trains, buses, roads, ferries, the active modes, get it fixed. Yeah, the bus interchanges, the train station upgrades, the arterial road improvements, the secure park and rides, the cycleways, the walking paths, the sealing of the roads in Rodney. You know, these things are going into Mangere, Henderson, Manurewa, Otahui, Pukekohe, improvements to every ward for every bit of infrastructure. In the Central Isthmus here, we've got the great big East-West link, a project between AT and NZ. Billions of dollars worth of spend. So for $2.19 a week, we get $523 million worth of projects over 3 years. $2.19 a week, $523 million over 3 years. That is a step change in the way we've gone about doing things. We have to start getting Auckland moving. The motorway gridlock, the heavy transport gridlock is costing us too much, too dearly, and it's getting worse. It also gives good signals to the Crown that we are willing to put our hand in our pocket, our ratepayers' pockets to be truthful, but still our collective responsibility pocket, working towards a more collegial relationship with the government to help achieve these things. We are prepared to take a lead. We are prepared to be brave, and I've used that before. Our council costs are being pulled back. The OPEX has pretty much been flatlined the past 3 years from the audited accounts. And yet, over the past 4 years, we've got 200,000 people extra in this city. So we are making the cost savings, and they're ongoing. We've heard that from the Chief Executive before. And they need to be ongoing. We need to continue to drive efficiencies and savings and delivering more with the same or more with even less. I'm pretty proud, in fact, to actually say, I went up and knocked on the Mayor's office and said, Mr Mayor, I believe we need to have a $100 interim transport levy for those very reasons. I am proud to own up for that.
Good result, Bill. Good result.
Very good.
And I think it will be a superb result. And you'll have better connections all around Auckland.
Here, here.
And you'll get transportation moving, and you'll get industry moving.
Yep.
And some of the councillors may clap and cheer. And that's fine. That is absolutely fine. I am prepared to stand up there and quack with my ducks in a row. I want to deliver transport for Auckland. No apologies made. No apologies made. Because I believe it's a pathway forward. And I'm prepared to stand and fall on that because I believe in it. And I look at Councillor Alf, Councillor Arthur, whose communities are having big increases. Councillor Alf's 16.9% for residential. Yet his community sees the advantage they're getting that this interim transport rate will deliver. That's bravery. To stand up to your community and say, guys, you're getting thick end of 17%, but you're going to get a new bus interchange ×2, you're going to get improvements. We are going to make your life a little bit better. And it's amazing how those people are willing to put their hands up and say, great, bring it on. I stood on the green bus in Pukekohe markets last month for 3 or 4 hours with Andy Baker and Andrew Bailey, our MP. I don't know how many people came through, probably over 400 or 500. And they wanted to hear about the new things that were going on. But the big message was, get transport going. We want to be able to catch that train and that bus into town, into the airport, into where they work in East Tamaki. They want to see improvements, and so do I. So, okay, it's easy to say, well, keep everything right down, we'll baseline it, we're not going to deliver anything at any time, nowhere. But I think Aucklanders are prepared to say, we will put our hand in our pocket to deliver the things that Aucklanders believe in, which is this city and this country. So, Mr Mayor, I don't apologise for anything I've just said. I'm proud of it. Proud to be sitting around this table and proud to be working as a team to try and make things better. So, simple as that, lay it on the line. Auckland needs to get moving.
Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go on, you, Bill.
Councillor Kent.
Oh, thank you for your enthusiastic call, Mr Mayor. A few of us were sitting down at lunch and reflecting on the fact that this is supposedly not a crisis, and if this was happening in Parliament, if you had a Prime Minister on 5% who couldn't get a budget together and had a third of MPs about to put through a budget, how would the public look on that? And how would they look on the leadership of John Key if it got to that? And I think we all know how that would be treated publicly and through the media. And so I see this, the fact that this 10-year budget will probably only be supported by possibly a third of the governing body is not only unprecedented as a term that we've heard today, but a disaster in leadership at all levels. It's unbelievable that a $60 billion budget could be passed by a minority of councillors, particularly when you consider 80% of Aucklanders said 3.5% was too much. And now we're serving up a average rates increase of 9.9%. Some councillors can go, when the rates demands arrive, and try and explain to people that it's actually only a 2.5% increase and that they need to realign their calculators. But for many, it won't really hit through until those August demands arrive. I would have thought that in such a serious financial and potentially constitutional state that this council has found itself in, that this would have been front-footed. This would have been front-footed, and that this was worthy of a press conference and was worthy of some leadership front-footing it. And let's not forget, as Sharon Stewart alerted us to the fact, that the letter from the 6 councillors was sent to the Mayor on the 14th of May, yet where this week everyone's running around like it's a sudden turn of events by some troublemakers. And let's not forget that the councillors that introduced their letter by saying the transport targeted rate adds significantly to the level of rates that is already difficult for many Aucklanders to afford. It goes on. We signal our concern at progressing with the targeted rate at the present amount. Now, Mr Mayor, I see your supposed concessions up there on the PowerPoint, but they are a collection of reviews and let's rethink and let's rework another time. There has been no addressing of the primary concern, what these councillors, 6 of them, raised to you 6 weeks ago, and that was, quote, the level that this takes rates that are, quote, already difficult for many Aucklanders. That primary issue has still not been raised. I've talked about Mangere Hu, and I've talked about the impact, the real impact if the average rates increase there is 2.5, if average rates say is 2,500 or whatever, that will have a material impact of about $50 a month. Now I know that if the government or others tried to add taxes or whatever at that level on that community, I know what reaction they would get. And that is going to have a real impact on rents. Surveys are showing that landlords, 94 or 95%, are going to put it straight on the rents. And as I've said, that is going to hit our most vulnerable, and as Christine Fletcher has well represented over the last 5 years, particularly our elderly from right across this, the regional spectrum as well. Mr Mayor, back in late 2013, you assured us and you assured the public that you were the best man, that it was better to keep you on than force a by-election, that you were the best man. And in fact, to really get on to the ongoing budgetary issues, you appointed yourself as chair of the Budget Committee. And I just really, really wonder whether that's been the best outcome. To think that we're now staring down the budget of ministerial intervention and the Prime Minister's cabinet and department and local government minister and the Auditor General, and we're legaled up to the eyeballs as to whether you taking in charge as the protector of the purse strings has really delivered results. You've said that Aucklanders, and you've repeatedly said overall Aucklanders have been pretty happy with this and pretty happy with the direction of Auckland. And as Councillor Dick Quacks, one of our great Aucklanders and New Zealanders, has said, Aucklanders have always been proud of Auckland. He cannot think of a time, and maybe let me know if there was a time when Aucklanders went through half a decade or a decade where they weren't proud of or loved their city. And it's not because of the amalgamation, Mr. Mayor, and dare I say, it's not because of the leadership around here. It's the commercial, yes, the commercial and residential development sector, confidence is high, but I put to you that not all is well. I put to you that confidence in the municipal matters in Auckland are at an all-time low. Some around here start talking about how unhappy everyone was with the regional council. I can never remember a prolonged, I remember rates revolts at different short-term bursts, but I can never remember a prolonged concern, increasing concern about the governance and management of the regional council, as we have seen with the Auckland Council. You talk about, Mr. Mayor, the Transport Accord, and that this is all about getting the Transport Accord and ensuring the government's got the tools in place, and this is an interim measure. Well, as we know, the government is miles off coming to the party on that. And in fact, you perfectly illustrated just how far off they are. I hear from government members and insiders that they're going to run this council out, unquote. And you hear that they're going to take 3 months to set up the terms of reference in the Transport Accord and then 12 months to deliver it. Well, I was never that good at maths, Mr. Mayor, but that takes me to about October the 8th next year as to when they will suddenly be at a place to rule on what they do with the Transport Accord. You've told us that the Transport Accord is not just about projects, that it's also about funding, dovetailing in, it's all going to be there. No, it's not. The ministers have made it very clear, English and Simon Bridges, that the funding, the options around funding will only ever be discussed once the accord is in place. So that's not this triennial cycle, that's the next one. We are therefore unwilling, Mr. Mayor, to consider your new transport funding tools that would increase costs for Aucklanders and the overall economy at this time. They have made it clear. We should have waited, this transport targeted rate should have waited until the funding accord was in place. You talk about reliability and consistency and continuity of leadership. Well, we're racing off, dictating what our projects will be without the government even on board, and in fact they're at least 15 months away. So, Mr. Mayor, I really have to put a lot of this, and I know that you've been saying, hey, it's not my budget, it's our budget, it's our budget, but I really have to put a lot of this at your feet as to where this is laid, because I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, this letter from the 6 councillors 6 weeks ago was as much about, my view, is as much about keeping their distance from a certain political alignment than it was about transport targeted rates. And I would like to have thought that great leadership, Mr. Mayor, great leadership would never have resulted in this, and good leadership would not have ensured that this sat on the table for 6 weeks, and the Auditor General got rang yesterday, 6 weeks after that was sent. So, Mr. Mayor, it didn't need to come to all this, and I really would like to say that I think, without being ruled out of order, Mr. Mayor, but I think it's time, and I'm confident that this will go through today, but I think it's time that you really gave the public some of your intentions as to the next election. And I think the sooner you did that, the better, because I think the transition of leadership needs to begin. And Mr. Mayor, I want to wind up by saying that I'm going to put up a second amendment to the one, because my one's going to get through easy, so that wasn't much of a challenge, but a second one. And I understand from meeting protocols and making good decisions and all that, that if this gets put up and has any support, then it's not for the chair to determine, but for your anointed deputy to. And that is, Mr Mayor, that the governing body expresses no confidence in the Mayor of Auckland as chairman of the Budget Committee. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. An excellent contribution to the debate.
So, am I able to put that up, Mr Mayor?
Well, look, Councillor, I'll give it some consideration. I mean, we already, I mean, if you want to actually have that type of debate, that's your choice. You could probably be here till about 10 o'clock tonight. Yeah. Right, the next person in the batting order is Councillor George.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I take the view that we've been sleepwalking in the way that we've handled this 10-year plan since the time that especially since the time it came back on the 5th of May, or the 7th of May, or the early date in May, because it's very apparent that when I hear what's happened to that letter that these 6 councillors sent to you, that very little has happened since that time. Look, I think that those councillors, I don't think, were taken seriously when that letter came in. It's just my understanding, because I would have thought that with a letter like that, knowing what the balance of the vote was 6, I think, voted against the long-term plan. Councillor Quacks wasn't there. You know what his political leanings are and what his thoughts on those matters were. Then you had these other people. So we're in this situation. It's made it really difficult for this council. But so that's one issue that I have real concerns about as far as the way the council has been operating and how it's handled that. But, and I've been going on about it today, I do have real concerns about that consultation, because I've read that brochure that went out to the public, and I've got it here. Maybe I've missed something, but it seems pretty hard to find where we're talking about a targeted rate that would be implemented in the brochure. I agree that at page 45 of the consultation document there is mention of those 2 options, but the 2 options, well, the fixed targeted rate doesn't anywhere amount to $99 for residential properties or $160 for businesses. It is $58.99, and then there is the other option of the revenue being gathered through a value-based targeted rate. So those 2 certainly didn't amount to this figure that you've got there, and I just cannot get my head around how you've come up with that figure of $99 for residential plus GST and $160 plus GST for business. That is kind of a very difficult one for me to get my head around. Now, Councillor Cashmore tells us that he's had some knowledge of that, but, I think any decisions that we make arriving at a quantum, especially of a targeted rate, there needs to be some workings as to how the figure's been arrived at. And I just find it very difficult to ascertain as to how that's been determined. Now, you're saying in your amendment or your stem F to the document, or to your motion, that you're going to look at rail costs. Well, rail costs to me is one of the big issues that this city's facing, this council's facing, because if you just look at the rates revenue between 2015 and 2024-25, the 10 years of this plan, the ratepayers are putting in 83% more in rates to rail or to public transport travel demand. And that is a huge increase. Everywhere through this plan is increases. And we know that people told us pretty clear in that consultation that they weren't happy with a 3.5% year-on-year increase through this plan. Now, I believe that these 6 councillors who have written that letter did so. They did so pretty quickly after we had passed the motion, but passed the resolution to present this plan to the Auditor General. But you know, they had misgivings even when we made the decision back in early May.
Councillor George, stop. This is about the 5th time so far that you've gone on about this issue. You are not any of those councillors. If you've got any submission to make, you submit for yourself and don't surmise or try and imply what they thought or didn't thought or what happened. You are not a part of the discussion. So you just keep your focus on your submission.
Yeah, when Councillor Casey, I think, was it?
No, Councillor George, carry on, please, but actually get on and talk about what your thinking is on this issue.
Hearsay is not kind of barred, is it?
Not good evidence at all. Now carry on.
I don't think it's barred in a debate in a council debate.
It's not helpful.
Well, it's not, Councillor Filipina.
No.
So anyway, I think that there has been a distinct. It's a sleight of hand way that we've come up with this fixed targeted rate. It's not transparent how it's been derived, how the figures come up, how we've determined that figure, and that really leaves me with grave concern about how the whole thing's been put together. And I think that if we're going to go out and consult, we should listen to what people have actually said. And I was aware of the number of comments that were made in relation to the targeted rate. It's very limited. So overall, I find myself really finding this as a real difficulty. And, you know, I think that there's been a betrayal of our communities in the way that we've now come up with this far higher figure. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Chris.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Quite a day. It's I think it's 20-something months since I arrived here, and it's been a long process in those 20 months getting to this meeting here today. I think it's 20-some months almost exactly since we were elected. You talk about February being the formal commencement of the project, but for me personally, I take it from the day I got around this table. I was talking to you and my colleagues about some of the things that I wanted to get over the line, and gave my maiden speech along with other new councillors, and at that point that was our opportunity to highlight the things that I really wanted to get over the line. I talked about at that time, and I think I came to the election with a pretty clear platform, and at that first meeting I did speak about 3 big issues. I spoke in subsets of these, but I talked about the reliance on property rates as not befitting a 21st century international city, and the determination to do something about that. I talked about the provisioning of this city with a first world public transport system. And I also talked about the dire need to start reflecting back on the Royal Commission's lost work about public engagement, implementing meaningful public engagement with Aucklanders. They were the 3 key issues I talked about on that day, the day of maiden speeches. And the first and the second of those issues are absolutely intertwined. You can't treat with one without the other. The transport investment can't be sustained if we just rely on the property rate. We started embarking on that new pathway because we committed to the alternative funding transport work, and we appointed the IAG to look at various options, and they reported back. We did embark on extensive public engagement. The public engagement for this last round for the big budget was like nothing that's been experienced before. 27,000 responses is absolutely phenomenal. And I think that was the product of our new significance and engagement policy, a new unit set up, and that's something we all got around the table and said, yeah, we needed to up our game in that engagement space, and we got great feedback. And we took the public lead. We responded to the public lead, and they said that there was a huge public transport deficit. We know that. They reminded us again. They've been telling that to us for some years now, and we finally got it. They said also that we really needed to look at alternative funding streams to fund that public transport deficit. And we landed pretty firmly in the space that we're now hopefully ready to confirm. It's a little uncomfortable arriving in a space which is a challenge to many of us. It's a challenge to Aucklanders, but it's necessary. It's overdue, it's over time, and we must commit now. If we don't, we've got a very serious problem in Auckland. So we landed in this space after extensive public consultation. We were told that that public transport capacity issue is enormous and it had to be faced up to. It really is throttling, absolutely throttling the ability of Aucklanders to move to their places of learning and earning every day. When I take the ferry in the morning, I can see numbers on my particular ferry at probably about 1,000% more than what they were 5 years ago. I'm not kidding you, folks. This is reality. When I walk by Britomart, occasionally I put my head down into the bowels of Britomart and I just see thousands of people moving up those escalators. They weren't doing that just 3 years ago. They're connecting with a CityLink bus right outside Britomart, and it just fills up one after the other. And there's a queue left on the platform outside Britomart waiting for the next CityLink. It's mirrored all over Auckland, on every rail platform, ferry station, ferry terminal, bus station. It's all over the place. And others have talked about the motorway congestion or the general road congestion. I'm focused on the PT because that is where the backlog is. I just want to give you some numbers, and our population in the last year's grown, I think, 2.3%, and previous years it's been about 1.5%. So it's growing quite quickly at the moment. If you don't know, I'm sure you do know this number, but if you're in any doubt as to the need, the dire need to invest in public transport, the most recent Auckland Transport Board report said that rail year-to-date numbers are up 21.8% to the end of May. 21.8%. Northern Express, standout infrastructure, 16.8%. Other bus, 6.8%. The ferries I'm familiar with, 7.1%. It's just phenomenal. It's all over the place. And people are thirsting for us to do more. Over the last 18 months, Mr. Mayor, we have had hundreds of hours of workshops thrashing this budget out. Didn't start a month ago. Seems to, for some. Didn't start a month ago. I'm welcoming those coming up to pace, but it started a very long time ago. Now, the attendance of those budget workshops, Mr. Mayor, was irregular, if I can put it diplomatically. Some members weren't around those tables thrashing out ideas as they should have been. And maybe that's starting to show up now. There's been a high level of agreement, though, on the absolute need to commit to transport spend, without doubt. And you've just spoken to that, and others have. Councillor Cashmore's just confirmed that as well. Personally, I'm very delighted that we've finally committed to that public transport reweighting. There's a significant reweighting in there. It's a big time in this city's history because I don't think this city has seen an investment like this in public transport since probably when the tram network was put in a different century, different decade. So we've lifted the cycling budget also from 13.5 to 124, and for every 33 cents we put in, we get $1 of delivery. Good spend, no doubt. I'm delighted to see the restoration of the volcanic cones in this budget, long overdue. Long overdue, too long abandoned. I'm perturbed to see the environmental management budget be not addressed. And I've conveyed that to you and others. And I'll address that in the next budget and try and lift the attention that that deserves. I'm quite concerned that we haven't faced up to the issue of creating a climate resilience fund. And I'm sure Dunedin and Whanganui will be starting to discuss that, and if they're not already discussing that in their meetings this week. Other big international cities realise that you do need to have that sort of insurance policy in your back pocket. We don't have that. I'm concerned that we've signed off SHAs in the back blocks of beyond that we are now having to link up to Auckland, to places of work and education. And that is costing us now, and the very councillors who are opposed to this budget voted for those remote SHAs, but they're not prepared to vote to connect them. That's the truth of it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the truth of it. So, I'm also concerned that we are signing up to transport projects which really are the domain of the government. And I'm thinking Mill Road, it's really a state highway. Whole of Amity is really a state highway, and all of East West Link is a state highway. And we are chipping into all of those to the tune of $1 billion plus over 10 plus years. They should be off our books and with the government. That's another way to maybe make savings as we look at our annual plan and make our decisions on the year ahead. I'm prepared to go into that territory. I was one of the 6, and many councillors have actually been speaking on my behalf. Thank you. It would have been nice for you to speak to me before you spoke on my behalf. Thanks to Councillor Cooper and the Deputy Mayor, who did ask questions of me directly, constructively, of what my question was in signing that letter to the Mayor. And thank you for the meeting. It was initially delayed, that meeting, and not through your part, but members couldn't get to that initial meeting. We had the discussion, and you committed at that meeting to a review, investigating review, and within a few days later we heard that you would undertake, you would instruct, and we've now all bought in to that independent review. That was committed to. It was committed to at the meeting for the Mayor to investigate. He came back within a week. That is the truth. So, thank you to those that could have asked me but didn't ask me, and that is your answer. I would have liked to have seen that independent review come in a lot earlier. It was not possible. I would like to see that ITL adjusted, taking into account maybe some better numbers in rail that are possible, but it's just not possible. But we are embarking on that work. Members, we have gone up and down the aisles picking things for this budget. Every one of us has picked something and put it into the trolley, and guess what? It's time to check out. You can't go past the checkout without confirming your budget. And that's what we need to do now. It's uncomfortable territory. It's challenging us all. It'll challenge Auckland. It'll be a much bigger challenge, particularly in the transport space, if we walk away and just become the oppositional politicians to everything.
Thank you. Councillor Cowell.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. And I wasn't going to say much. Oh, well, I'll say little today. I was thinking about it as I was driving on the motorway this morning into town. But I just want to start off by saying that as I drove into my 100% ratepayer funded car park at 135 Albert Street this morning, I was doing a fair bit of thinking. And but no one's ever come to me and said to me, hey, do you want to contribute some money to that car park? I'll be more than happy to.
Yeah.
That aside, it's been an interesting process the last 12 months on this particular LTP. And I have been one of many councillors around this table that attended most of our workshops, all of our workshops and council meetings. I think there was about a week there that I was absent for the first time in 9.5 years on local government, and my wife insisted I took my young fella to school camp, and the first time I've ever done it. I have to say I enjoyed that more. That aside, I have to say that it's been an interesting 5 years on this council, and probably like my old business, I put 100% into it. And I was given those portfolios not by choice, but by you, Mr. Mayor. And I suppose because I was pretty lippy in the first term of the council with lack of service levels across the region. But I want to thank the guys that have been part of the process on the regulatory area in particular and bylaws process, because it's been a mammoth task over the last 12 months, 15 months, a mammoth task to go from 158 bylaws incorporating 7 different TLAs and sitting around about 20 plus bylaws now for the region. And I say 20 plus, which I think is really awesome. It just shows to the people of Auckland that we are listening to them. We are trying to keep it simple, black and white, not complicated, not too expensive, but make it manageable and workable. And we've got a wee way to go in regards to the workings of it. But I want to say thank you to those 11 councillors, give or take, that have really worked hard on those particular things, because that's what actually built our communities. That aside, our regulatory area, our planning, our resource and our building areas. We've come a long way in the last 15 months, well actually the last 5 years, but also in the last 15 months. And we've overcome a lot of challenges and hurdles delivering back to the people of Auckland. But we've got another mammoth task in front of us, and that's the computer system. A major piece of infrastructure that we've got to have right to deliver the outcomes that we want for the people of Auckland. Sadly, it comes at a price of about 500 million, give or take a few dollars. But if we don't put that in place, we can't deliver those efficiencies to the people of Auckland. People of Rodney and Franklin can't just walk into Manukau or the city and get the information they require on a particular property. And it makes it challenging, not just for us, but our staff, and more in particular, our ratepayers. But it comes at a price that we're going to have to bite the bullet at some stage around this table and spend it to do it. Did we ask for that? No, we didn't. Did we ask for the super city? No, we didn't. But we've got it, we've got to make the most of it, and we're going to make it work. Regards to this process today, there's been a lot said. Southern Councillor over there had a good speech. There's lots of stuff in this LTP that I don't like. If I had my way, 3/4 of that social stuff would come out and sits with local central government, not with us. Central government. And so it goes on. We all around this table have bits and pieces we don't like. That's multi-millions of dollars. I get told all the time, stick to rates, roads and rubbish by our ratepayers. only if we could. I get a phone call last night. How do we get $5,000 for this particular organisation in Papakura?
There you go.
How do I get $3,000 for this particular last week?
Yep.
So we give a budget to the local boards, and I hear around this table comments and challenges, and we all say it, about how that's spent, but that's the local board's prerogative. They're in their communities, and they spend it how they think is right by their communities. Maybe we should give them some more money, as I've heard a couple of councillors around this table say. Leave them be responsible for that. I think that's a good thing. But I think that's in time we need to look at that. The transport levy is the biggest hurdle in this room today. Well, as I drove out of my 100% taxpayer-funded car park last night at 4:30, ratepayers funded, sorry. At 4:30, it took me 1 hour 45 minutes to get to the Papakura interchange to go to a meeting at 6 o'clock. 1 hour 45 minutes at 4:30 last night. As I jump on the motorway this morning at 25 to 6, the queue was already at Ramarama. As I'm sure Mr Baker and my Southern Councillor Cashmore will tell you. The problem is here, guys. It's here now. How we deal with it? It's challenging. The government got to be right in there. We get these SHAs, as Councillor Darby just said. That's the other elephant in the room. The growth in Auckland has hit us at speeds we've never seen before. The Franklin district is going to see growth that it's never seen before in this country. But the saddest part is where does the dollars come to fund that? Well, who's going to fund that roading? Wastewater, reticulated water, stormwater. I keep saying around this room, 2,200 homes, $60 million project for the artillery drive pipeline for 2,200 homes. My previous CEO myself pulled a hair out when it went from 3 million to 33 million. Well, the damn project's now 60 million. But it's on track. Why? Because of the amalgamation. It's happening. But people, we're here to make some hard calls. Sadly, some of us don't want to do those hard calls. I don't like inflicting things on people, and I think Councillor Arthur and I summed it up nicely. The $3, the $4 and the $5 a week. Let's hope the government step up sooner rather than later and give us some assistance for these SHAs that they're impounding on us and inflicting on us. Because I can tell you out in the south, I went to a community meeting last night, 45 people, and they are really worried on the growth. They ain't seen nothing yet. Grade separations, it's not even in their budgets. The 4 worst grade separations across the region. That's not even near. Estimated cost about 25 million for each one. The CRL, I never supported it. 2.5 years ago, I never supported it. Yeah, I come under fire a bit for a few people, but that's life. But I can understand reasons why the CRO is important to the people of Auckland. But at the same token, I continue to say around this table, and I have done for 5 years, and Council Wood can back me up, it's around safety, reliability, and cleanliness of those rail lines and trains. They've got to be safe, they've got to be clean, and they've got to be reliable. But we have a real elephant in the room again, where we have 3 different partners involved in this process. Not one like some countries have, 3 different partners. It makes it challenging. But I'm sure as we go forward, Mr Mayor, we will overcome those challenges. Well, I hope so. We're not so fortunate as the North Shore, where we had the Northern Busway. But if we can recall going back a number of years ago, I think it was the Helen Clark government that pumped about $1 billion into Auckland, which contributed, would I be right, Mr Wood, I'm sure, towards the Northern Busway. And I keep saying when I hear that MOTAC hand out free tickets, I always thought it was Auckland South that took those free tickets up, but it's not. Councillor Darby, it's your patch. Why? Because the PT, the buses are working effectively and efficiently from the Harbour Bridge over to MOTAC. Yep. So if we get a decent public system out the south, i.e. the trains, etc., and the interconnections between our buses going east and west, and getting our people in Mangere over to MIT, and those in Manarewa over to AUT and MIT and Papakura and Franklin, will be 100% better off, but it comes with a cost. A cost that we've all got to wear. So people, yep, I can be shot next year, I don't care, that's life, but you've got to make the hard calls. The hard call today is that we own it to the people of Auckland to make some hard calls. We're going to be trying to be prudent as we go forward. We don't all like what we see in the LTP, but we've been part of the process. I didn't think I was going to say much, Mr Mayor. Sorry, because I thought we'd done it prior to the 7th and the 8th, but I think I needed to say something. And I'll just touch on finishing off one thing. The Mill Road. Councillor Darby, you mentioned the Mill Road. It's been a contentious one for a number of homes up on top of Redoubt Road. Real contentious. And in some parts, AT could have handled it better. Absolutely better. But it's a fundamental bit of infrastructure that's going to open up the south. I continue to hear from my residents in Manarewa, Papakura, that the big trucks that Councillor Cashmore goes on about coming out of Brookbeg Quarry and Winstones and diving up the Great South Road and up through the back way to get on the motorway, they go through Claude Road, Hill Road, up through the gardens there, trashing our nice residential streets. We've got to do something about it. We've got to get those big trucks moving out of there. Again, it comes at a cost. My concerns, though, people, is NZTA. They've got to step up. Again, that's the biggest elephant in the room as well, because it's them that's got to link our big road networks, i.e. the Mill Road corridor, the Southern Motorway, the arterial roads through Franklin, and State Highway 20 to 1. I'll leave that, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Cal. Right, Councillor Dick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. And there's been some really good contributions made on both sides of this debate. You know, at times like this, we all get emails from the public advising us what to do. Not one email has arrived in my inbox to tell me impose a 9.9% increase on my rates, please, Councillor. They've all been, please vote against this unnecessary rate increase. And what I'm going to say has probably been said before, but I want to congratulate John Watson in particular on his contribution. Thank you, John, for bringing our attention to the fact how few people actually mention the interim transport levy. Could you just please just tell me again for my information?
According to the council docket, 39 people and 1 ratepayers association.
Right, thank you, John. And then I heard Councillor Cooper say that we were all involved in the consultation document. Yep. I don't believe that I was ever involved in a consultation document which went out and said $114 rate increase. transport targeted rate increase. I wasn't involved in that. I may have
didn't
missed
say
that.
that.
That may have been that may have been something I missed.
I didn't say
But if we weren't to know about it, how is the public to know about that? A lot has been made of the Colmar-Brunton survey. Of course, the Colmar-Brunton survey was not a consultation document, and that's why the Auditor General certainly didn't comment on it, because the Colmar-Brunton survey, really all that they asked was about whether people preferred tolling or whether they preferred road or a petrol tax. And quite clearly, I think it was 57% from memory that preferred tolling. And we all know why, because that's something that can be avoided. Road tolling is, and so when we talk about the difference between a transport levy and, on the other hand, petrol taxes or tolling, we're talking about two completely different things. On one hand, we're talking about a voluntary exchange, and on the other hand, of course, we're talking about a coercive tax or a coercive rate in this case. And that's really what this is all about. So we're not giving people any choices. The slides, and I've mentioned this before, and I was trying to be helpful to Councillor Wood before about those slides that were presented at your Have Your Say meetings. I went to some of those, and of course, the interesting thing was I wasn't allowed to speak. At those, I may have been able to tell people, look, if you don't agree with the toll, or you don't agree with the petrol tax, which then there would be a interim levy. No, I was never allowed to speak at those, and I found that rather strange that an elected member of this council can't, at a public meeting, speak to the people who put him there in the first place. I find that extraordinary. The document that went to people's homes, and it's been, was vague at best, very vague around the interim transport levy or the transport targeted rate. At best, it was vague, but worse than that, I think it was intended almost to deceive. I don't want to call it bogus, but quite clearly it was intended only to get one answer. And the one answer was that we support the basic plan, the Auckland plan, and we were prepared to pay for it. Well, no, that's not quite the way it came out. Because the inference on page, or the comment on page 9 was very brief, and I would say that the layperson reading that would have found that somewhat confusing.
Councillor Dick, can you sort of work towards finalising?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got 4 speakers left, and I'm
yeah,
sort of...
absolutely.
Now I've got 5 speakers
I thought I had 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I haven't taken that up yet.
I'm not wanting to shush along, Councillor, but a lot of what has been said has been repeated.
Yep, I know
and
that.
I'm within my rights to actually keep you focused on something new.
Right.
So, please.
Okay. Then I'll make this comment, Mr. Mayor, to close. When the budget was passed on the 8th of May, it was passed 13-7. I was absent, but I certainly would have voted against it on that occasion. Nothing I've seen so far persuades me that I should now vote for it. But it became very clear within a very few days that the majority of councillors were unhappy with that budget, and yet nowhere was anything done until the very last minute to try and not work our way through it, but to coerce us into voting for the budget with the threat of dire consequences, including the fact that commissioners could be called in.
That's right.
Well, if I lose my job because the government said in commissioners, I will go with a clear conscience, because I cannot support a 9.9% rate increase imposed on the people of this city when we went out on a promise that you made, Mr. Mayor, which I was happy to support because of growth, that the rate increase would be 2.5%. That has turned out to be nothing more than a fabrication. And I'm sorry, but I will not be voting for this budget, whatever the consequences to me personally might be, or whatever the consequences to this organisation might be, but I cannot support this in the way it's gone out and the bogus way that we have engaged with the people or disengaged with the people of Auckland. Because to me, it's all about trust, and we have lost that trust.
Okay, Councillor Wayne.
Okay, ready to go.
That's 2 minutes.
I was just...
Hang on, Wayne, I'll just press send.
I was just...
Hang on, it's nearly there, it's nearly there.
Just so you know, I was just picking up on the declaration that we swear. I've sworn it twice now, so I've got a reasonable recollection of it. But things are that serious today, I use it as a reference document. Anyway, I won't go back to my question, but it was clear to me from my question that there is a way forward here, and that is to revisit this long-term plan as soon as possible after the 1st of July. So the question that I ask of the councillors around the table is really, what do you want to do? It strikes me that if we vote this down, all that happens is, first of all, there's a whole string of things that really nobody's challenged the Chief Financial Officer or the Auditor General or the Chief Executive around that get triggered. So these things happen, and they cost a huge bundle of money, a huge amount of reputational damage, and financially we're in a bad way. And I'd suggest if we looked at the Herald Financial section, they'd probably call this a basket case. And I'm not that happy with the Herald right now, because they said that I was going to abstain, and I'm not. And they made that inference around a number of councillors, and they got it wrong. I don't think there was ever any intention on anyone's part around abstaining. I certainly haven't done it in the past, and I don't think any of us had. But the consequence is that we have had more pressure, apart from an incident involving the Mayor, that frankly I can't recollect. And I'm sure that a fair bit of that is actually directed at the Mayor and the dissatisfaction around the council, and a lot of it is justified. But if I go back to the point that I'm making, what are we trying to do? Voting this down, that is the long-term plan, doesn't achieve the objective, because the government will simply move in and they will approve the long-term budget. That's all that's going to happen. But we're going to look really, really, really bad. So I'd say to my fellow councillors, if you do want to do something about this, then on the 1st of July or shortly thereafter, let's have an extraordinary meeting. Let's tell the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer and whoever else that we want them to find the savings. I'm pretty confident that I could find them, and I'm sure we've got enough people around this table that could find them fairly pragmatically, especially across the council-controlled organisations, and I'm talking about, well, ports, but that's Auckland Council Investments, RFA, the Stadium Strategy, Water Care, Auckland Transport, and elsewhere. We know we can find the money if we want. So we know that we can reduce this transport targeted rate and hold faith with the people that don't want this rate increase, because, and I agree, it really wasn't consulted on. I don't think we've got a mandate to do that. So there is a way forward. The test that I apply to myself, if I look at my declaration, I've got to be faithful and impartial. I've got to use the best of my skill and judgment. for the best interests of Auckland, and I've got to take note of acts like the Local Government Act and other acts. And if I apply those tests, frankly, I've heard some advice here. I'm interested in a way forward. I'm suggesting that we can do that, and I will certainly push that, and I'll look for sufficient support around this table after the 1st of July. Thank you very much.
That's a very fair comment, Wayne.
Very simple approach. Very well done. Councillor Ross.
Firstly, let me apologise to my fellow councillors. I must have missed too many workshops because I'm not up to pace. I don't agree, and I'm not as enlightened as Councillor Darby because I don't agree with him. I am one of the councillors around here who actually adjudged the Super City to be a success. I think it's what needed to be done, and there's hiccups, but I think it's a success. However, I do not think the special legislation that gives the Mayor, and it's nothing to do with this Mayor, I will say, the Mayor and the mayoral office, the unique powers and the mandate that that office has, because I think that's been an abject failure. Because unless there is a Mayor that is willing to be collegial and consultative, it's doomed for failure. And I cannot help but think this first LTP has been very difficult and has almost ended up with a bad result due to this power imbalance. The resources that the mayoral office has, the resources that the mayoral office can call upon within the bureaucracy who have to respond to the mayoral proposal, means there is just a big power mismatch. Councillors can only be reactive, very hard for us to put up alternatives. We don't have the resources. You have to do it yourself. You'll get a bit of a check done if there's time by the bureaucracy, but it's just very, very hard. Consequently, we just don't get contestable proposals given to us. We do not get contestable advice. You can end up debating a very bad, ill-thought-through option, which is what I consider what we have in front of us here today and what we debated over those 3 days of the Budget Committee in early May. I'm confused over a number of things. No wonder the damn public's confused, because we've had 3 mayoral proposals. The first mayoral proposal was 2.5%. The Mayor was adamant it was going to be 2.5%, and it will not be any more than that, but it will be 2.5%. The Mayor changed his view after a local board effectively revolt and councillor revolt, and it ended up on the day before the proposal, on the night before, the Mayor decided 3.5% was sensible. It allowed development in suburbia and suburban town centres. So we went out, pretty clear in my mind, we went out consulting on 2.5 or 3.5. And what do you think about the Council's advisory transport group's recommendations on either tolling plus a bit of fuel tax, or do we do it in another method? Pretty clear in my mind that that's what we did. And then after the public feedback, again, the mayoral office can come forward and put a proposal to us, which is what happened immediately after the public consultation, that, whoa, it's not 2.5 nor 3.5, it's 2.5 and it's 3.2 and it's 3.5 over 3 years. And we've got another 4.4, which has just come out of nowhere, because it did come out of nowhere. There was no proposal from the mayoral office for a transport targeted rate when that proposal was 2.5. There was no proposal for a transport targeted rate when the proposal was 3.5. It came out of the blue, and then because of the way things compound and the mathematics work out, we've gone from 2.5 to 9.9. I would suggest it's no wonder that of the 13 councillors who supported the Mayor at the Budget Committee, there's no wonder there have been defections, because since then the ramifications of what has been voted on has caused a lot of trouble and confusion out there, and I suggest a lot of feedback to people, and I think that's about to start, only just about to start. on the backlash about the size of this. In my ward, it's not 9.9. In my ward, it's 15.7. Plus the effects of the valuations, revaluations, and the crazy market we have in Auckland, which is beyond the control of any of us. However, a lot of people don't understand that, so we're going to get in the neck for that as well. But that's got nothing to do with us, as we know. In effect, the 13 councillors that voted for that proposal, you voted for a poll tax, a simple poll tax, based on every rateable unit. The Mayor mentioned before, the beauty of a poll tax is it's simple. Margaret Thatcher thought that too. That was the beginning of the end for Margaret Thatcher.
Here we go, Kathy.
When the poll tax was imposed and then got overturned.
Should have got that through.
So let's be quite clear why that is a poll tax. Everyone is paying $114. Most people can't claim the GST, so residents are going to pay $114. Businesses are paying whatever, $169 or whatever it is plus GST. But they can claim GST. They can claim their rates as a taxable expense. That actually nets back to $114. So it's important we realise everyone, including the biggest business, Fonterra, Sky City, paying $114. So Mr. and Mrs. Smith and my electorate, or anyone's electorates in a house of 500,000, unfortunately that's kind of where the bottom is these days, you're going to pay $114. Sky City, which has a capital valuation of $395 million at the moment based on last year's valuation, is going to pay $114. Main Freight, one of our most successful and a fantastic company, trucking company worldwide, they have a property at Mangere worth $32 million. They are paying $114. Is that right? Is it right? Because Main Freight, for example, they've got a depot, and they've got several depots, and it could be any trucking company. And indeed, Callum referred to Winstones zooming through the streets with their heavy trucks, going through residential, to be quite honest, putting a tremendous amount of pressure on our streets and our roading. So Main Freight only Hunga, I know, has over 60 vehicles, I think 63 vehicles registered for a site. 50 of them are large trucks, very large trucks, some of them. They are large trucks. So you've got 60 vehicles, 6 days a week, pumping around our streets, pumping around our motorway system and pumping around whatever they're doing, couriering, dropping, picking up, whatever, and they are paying $114. The same as Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Now, this is not a time to relitigate alternatives. I'm aware of that. I know we made our decisions at the last Budget Committee meeting on May the 7th, and I accept that, but this is not a time for alternatives. But myself and Councillor Casey did put up an alternative that we thought was far less regressive and much fairer. Under our proposal, if we stuck consistently with capital value rating and stuck with business paying 33% of the transport targeted levy, just like they pay 33% of the general rates, Sky City would have paid $75,000 compared to $140,000. Now that's not major. Main Freight would have paid $6,500 instead of $114,000. That's not huge. That really isn't huge. Glenbrook Steel Mill, worth about capital value of $195 million, they would have paid $38,000 or something. It's a drop in a bucket at that level compared to, what their workers are going to pay. So I don't think alternatives were excessive. But I will be looking forward in the next annual plan, and I'll vote for, not for Councillor Brewers, but I'll vote for the other one, because I'm looking next year how we can reduce the impact on residential rates. I'm looking how we can increase the impact on big business, and it's not been anti-big business, it's just under this structure, even small business is facing a regressive regime as compared to big business. So I'll be certainly looking to make it fairer, more equitable and less regressive for residents and small businesses. And in conclusion, I just want to say I'm actually supportive. The package we put up came up with pretty well the same amount of money. It was just done in a whole different way. But that was not really considered because, to be quite honest, we didn't have the resources to have it been presented the same day as the mayoral proposal, which I regret. I've never abstained in my life, and I'm not going to be abstaining today. I can reassure you with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor Michael.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I've been sitting here listening to the contribution of the members, and I have to say, in terms of the debate, I find myself sympathising with the opponents of this long-term plan. There are serious procedural issues with the LTP, with the consultation and with the so-called transport levy, which is not really a levy. So yes, there is oppositional politics at play, and that happens all the time, but there are fundamental issues, fundamental questions which are serious, and leave me deeply concerned. At the bottom of this, this council is debating a funding problem, a funding instrument. But it is my belief that this council, this super city, has not had a funding problem, but it does have a spending cost control problem. And yes, I appreciate the work the Mayor has agreed to investigate the $70 million per year and rising anomaly, the differential between Auckland Rail and Wellington Rail, but that's just one aspect. That's just one aspect. I'm not going to go back into IT because I guess most of the damage is done in that area. But, I mean, this just goes on. We've got a legal bill for the waterfront, for our hopeless waterfront case, which is $500,000. The people who had to do all the hard work from scratch and won the case, their bill is $200,000. Do any of the managers care? No. That's my concern. I'm concerned that we consulted, we gave the ratepayers a Hobson's choice when it comes to transport, and I've already spoken about that when we discussed this last year. But the way we were going to fund it, we didn't have the legal ability to fund the programs that we put up. As the Auditor General mentioned, well, what sort of consultation at that? In small print, you know, footnote, oh, by the way, we don't have legal ability to do this. But that wasn't emphasised at any of the meetings I went to. Then there is the legal advice we've received, and it appears to be this, that yes, we do have to have an LTP. We have one right now. It's called 2012-2022. But we are legally allowed to vote this plan down. So I have to say, I'm very, very tempted to see how this plays out, this legal nonsense of really having to rubber stamp an LTP, having to vote yes and yes. That is a legal nonsense, and that's the case for supporting this plan. It doesn't make sense. And I think voting this down would give local government, and this council in particular, a real sharp lesson. However, how will that impact on Auckland as such? Given the unpopularity of this council, and with all due respect, Mr Mayor, yourself, what sort of temptation would it be for the government to make themselves heroes to step in and take over Auckland? How would not voting for this plan be received by the media? We've just seen the case of a rumour of some councillors apparently going to abstain, which was based on a rumour, not on fact. and it created a certain hysteria. You can imagine what the media would do if this council did fail to vote to support this LTP, deeply flawed and odious as it is. And so, Mr Mayor, I will be supporting this long-term plan. It's not a matter of I do it with great regret, but you know why I'm doing it. This government would trash Auckland. It would remake Auckland in its own image and likeness, and we could forget about the City Rail link and light rail and rail to the airport because they hate that sort of stuff. And can you imagine one giant CCO? Oh, that's a cabinet-controlled organisation this time. So, Mr Mayor, none of us are going to come out of this room undamaged. We're all going to be damaged by this process, by this deeply flawed process. And I make a plea, never again. You know, I ask the management to look into the mirror, look at their process, and don't do this stuff again. Don't try this stuff on Auckland again.
Okay, well, hang on.
The council, Mr Mayor, the council is going to have to change, or it will be changed. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mike. Look, you can say what you like about me, but my final instruction to you, and it's one that we have to give to you a lot, is leave the staff out of it and respect the fact that they are basically...
See, that's a whole mentality.
Well, it's
that's
not...
what ratepayers
No, just hang on. All we ask for those around the chamber is it's always open season on me and anyone else in the chamber within the standing orders. And that's where it stops, please. Right,
No,
order.
it doesn't stop
Order,
there.
please. Right, now, Councillor Alf.
Thank you, Your Worship. I firstly want to acknowledge, and I'm talking about both Arthur and I's local boards in the Manukau ward. I want to acknowledge Lydia Sosene, the Chair of Māngere o Tāhuhu. I also want to acknowledge Whanana Fessel Collins. And the reason I want to acknowledge them is because they have contacted me directly to give their support in regards to where I will end up voting today. So I say thank you to them, because 16.9% is what's going to happen in Māngere o Tāhuhu. 16.9. 2 months ago I got taken to task, well, both Arthur and I got taken to task by our local board in regards to why I ended up voting for that 16.9. I justified that through the transport levy. I explained to them at least, and I want to thank the staff at this juncture. I want to thank the staff because as a result of talking to the staff and around the financial sort of calculations around the 16.9, I was better for myself to understand where it came to 16.9. So I say thank you to the staff in regards to that. What I explained to them, it's around our lower value from our homes, is why our interest rate around that levy is so high. Your Worship, I also want to say thank you to Councillor Cashmore. One is because you fronted up and you said to us, I was the one that went to the Mayor and said $99 levy. So I say thank you to you.
I don't say
You're welcome. Can I just at least finish, Wayne, please? So I say thank you to you, because I also know during this whole long-term plan process that there were councillors that approached yourself, Your Worship, and asked that 3.5 be your proposal. I mean, they approached you as a result of the local boards coming through with the letter they did. They approached you, those councillors approached you. As a result, you ended up changing from 2.5 to 3.5. I don't hear those councillors saying that I was one of them that approached you. Your Worship, I'm not going to talk about what our Auditor General was telling us around the you know, what could happen if we don't adopt the long-term plan. But I do, however, want to mention one thing that she said, and that was the number one on her list, was community. And it is about the community. This is why I ended up voting for the targeted levy rate, but also for the long-term plan in May. Because I looked at Tamaki Makaurau. I looked at it as an area and where I, as a councillor, would put my councillor's hat on and end up saying, we need the long-term plan as what we have in front of us to move forward. I'm not going to repeat, Your Worship, the transport issues that have been canvassed by the councillors around here. I do, however, Your Worship, want to mention some of the stuff that if this doesn't go through, some of the stuff that will end up not really being committed to. That is from the $400,000 within the existing budget. I don't know what's going to happen to that in regards to the hydrodynamic modelling. I don't know what's going to happen to that. I don't know what's going to happen with the $300,000 OPEX in 2015, the $100,000 OPEX in 2016, the $600,000 CAPEX in 2017 for the World War I memorial. I don't know what's going to happen if it doesn't pass. I don't know what's going to happen with the $350,000 for 2015, 2016 for the James Wallace Trust. I don't know what's going to happen to that. I don't know what's going to happen with the $360,000, 2015, 2016, and the $110,000 for 2017 for the emergency housing, homelessness, and the rough sleeping response across Auckland. I don't know, because those are things that are dear to my heart, and I know definitely dear to Councillor Casey's heart. Always has been, and I have no doubt that it's been dear to her heart in the 21 years that she's been in Auckland Council. I don't know what happens with when we end up bringing forward. I don't think we can bring forward the Meadowbank Community Centre upgrade. I don't know. I really don't. And hopefully after the 1st of July, depending on how we go here.
You're good, Al.
I mean, the 72,000 per annum for the Auckland Festival, I don't know what's going to happen to them. So, Your Worship, this 16.9 in Māngere o Tāhuhu has been one of the most, I think it's one of the decisions that I have sort of gone backwards and forwards with, especially with the Manukau ward and especially with Māngere o Tāhuhu. So, Your Worship, I will be supporting this. I want the projects and the initiatives that I have been talking about, I want those fulfilled. I want those to go through to the long-term plan. And so for me, and again, I just leave my last comment to say thank you to the chair of the Māngere o Tāhuhu Local Board and the chair of the Otara Papatoetoe Local Board. Thank you, Your Worship.
Good, Al. Hopefully last. Want to speak? Yeah. Okay. Second to last speaker, Councillor Christine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a funny way, I'm really glad that the targeted transport rate, which again I support here today, and I'll give you my reasons why, because it's actually flushed up the wider issues that for too long we have ignored as a council. I'm generally a positive person, but since the beginning of this term of council, I've been so frustrated by our failure to prioritise that I've ended up voting against all of the major documents that have come before us, because like Councillor Darby, what motivated me to stand for this council was to see through some projects that were really dear to my heart, to see through some of those public transport links and some of the environmental initiatives that I really believe are critically important for Auckland looking out into the future. But what we're having a discussion about here today is about our failure to prioritise. So when we came to the Auckland plan, you know, we put everything we possibly could think of into that plan, and when people like Dick Quacks and I said, well, how are we going to pay for it? Oh, don't worry about that, don't worry about that. And we rambled our way through that, and we've rambled our way through all sorts of economic development initiatives, emergency housing, whitewater rafting. I could go on and on and on. But, you know, Mr. Mayor, why I think we're at this tipping point here today, and why I feel particularly uncomfortable in not being able to support the staff today with my vote, is because we squandered our political capital in that first term by saying yes to everything. We didn't prioritise. And there's been spectacular disinterest into the plight of those who were carrying those huge general rates increases. Those people don't trust us anymore. And why you're seeing such tension is because they know that we are not that trustworthy, and they are sick of being treated as an ATM. And it really makes me sad, because there were two messages that came out of the consultation, and we've all agreed in one way or another that we could have actually done better on the consultation. I would argue we could do so much more in consulting genuinely with the public on what the role of local government is. But whether we did a good job or whether we did a bad job, there were two messages for me. And like Councillor Quacks, I was told that we weren't allowed to conduct those sessions. You know, we were to sit and listen to what the public had to say, and I attended 15. But the public did tell us they wanted progress on transport, and they also told us they couldn't meet any more rates increases, that they were really struggling. They were holding on just. But that was a message that we just didn't appear to want to hear. Looking at Lydia, who's just about to leave, the chair of the Otahuhu board, I want to acknowledge her, because when we have discussed some of those initiatives that we want to see, like the interchange at Otahuhu, when we have, and we've got Andy Baker here celebrating his 50th birthday today, we know that Pukekohe and the South, and I applaud Callum and I applaud Bill for their courage in talking about the growth that is coming to the South. We know we need these things. We know that we need the renewals in our roading. We know that we are going to have to support special housing area. All of these things have been well documented. So I am so frustrated that we have squandered our political capital, because when it comes to that, it's probably why the government hasn't delivered what we need. And nobody comes out of this well today. The government certainly doesn't come out of this well. If they'd given us a petrol tax, if they'd given us some tools, and I personally prefer a petrol tax than a road tolling, because I think it is a simpler form of being able to get that revenue without huge administration costs associated with it. But we do need to make progress on that transport stuff. But the message that has come through to me is we will support that, but we are not going to support your massive general rates increases year after year after year when you have shown no discipline at all in terms of funding. And I cannot vote for this budget today. I know the pain in my community, and I'm pleased that you're all having a discussion now about whether we should or we shouldn't support the LTP, because when we were debating this 3 years ago, it was, oh, well, you know, all of those people who are living in the leafy suburbs of Auckland, you know, they can just all pay a bit more. There's this assumption that somehow if you're in a wealthy house, you know, piece of land, you've got the income to accompany it. Well, the reality is that they don't. And we have penalised the seniors in our community. And I've heard from the CEO that he is going to do all sorts of things in terms of postponement, and that's admirable. But what are we doing to actually prune back expenditure in the first place? And that is where I think we have actually failed Aucklanders. So with great regret, I cannot support this today. And Mr. Mayor, I would implore you, I would really implore you to have the courage, should this go through today, and I hope that it doesn't, because sometimes you need a crisis to spur the changes that need to happen. And I think the government need to see us being willing to have that discussion around prioritisation. Some of the things that Chris Darby has said, I have canvassed with him. The issue about where the line should be in terms of what central government should be funding on state highways, or all of these sorts of things. But to get that dialogue going, there's got to be trust. And I think we have been big spenders, and the chickens have come home to roost. And I tell you, the public of Auckland have had a gutsful. The trust has gone, and I am very frustrated. We've had the Auckland plan, we've had the unitary plan. Again, Dick Quacks and I implored the CEO at that time to tell us what it was all going to cost. Oh, no, look, it's fine. We pace momentum. We want to get on with things. Well, there comes a day of reckoning, and I think that's today. And I hope that we can spend more time when we all come together talking about that prioritisation than all of the many other distractions that we can find for ourselves. So this rate increase will hurt our communities, it will hurt our elderly, it will hurt those young people who have, by grit and determination, saved for a deposit to get into the housing market. And we all know what the average price of a house is in Auckland now, and we all know how that's going to translate in terms of capital valuation going out into the future. I know that this decision today is going to mean a lot of women can't stay at home with their children. They're going to have to go out and get that second job in order to be able to meet the rates increases. I know the pain that this will inflict on our community, and, sir, it's unacceptable, and therefore I cannot vote for this today.
Councillor Penny.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's been a very interesting and long debate, and I won't take too long, but Volume 3 to me is what it's all about. It's the local board plans. Yeah. It's what the local boards want to do. Yeah. We talk a lot, and we've got councillors who all the time want to consult with local boards, Well, the local boards have actually consulted with their communities. And this is as much for them as anyone else. I'm also very concerned about some of our spend. Apparently the council has bought a third regional park on South Head, which makes 9, 10, 11 probably now in the old Rodney area, regional parks. That's not your parks where the kids go down and play. So hopefully when we do see the terms of reference for recycling assets,
selling,
we can actually see whether there's one or two of those that are not necessary. And I do understand why they were bought.
Dairy farms.
There you go.
However, the people in my area, and I found it very difficult during the debate when Councillor Crum put up about transition, not voting for that, but people in the north and the west have worn the transition quite considerably over the last 3 or 4 years. This budget will now actually mean that business rates in Rodney go down 2.7% and residential rates down 1.4% for most households, so I'm very pleased with that, and farm and lifestyle minus 8.8%. We've heard a lot about the levy today, and when Councillor Cashmore said he was going to go to the Mayor with a levy, it was so that we could actually get some money, and it's very good to see Member Sayers here, who is the Sealing Roads and Rodney King, because that levy will actually allow a considerable uplift in the sealing budget for those roads in the next 3 years, which is probably one of the biggest issues in that area. So I am going to support it, but Mr Mayor, I think there's something else here, and I think other councillors have alluded to it. Yes, the legislation says the Mayor's office has to bring a budget to the councillors, but it actually doesn't say that that Mayor's budget can't be worked up with a lot of councillors involved. It says bring it bring the budget to a committee, and you had the budget committee at the last time, and now it's going to come back to the annual plan will come back to the finance committee, which is the only committee that I'm chair of, and I only get one vote, and I want to put that on the table. But the important thing is we do need more collaboration between us all, and that includes the Mayor's office, because this is all of us, and that has to happen in the next, if we get this through, next month when we start the extra work on a new annual plan or an advised LTP. So I will support it. I'm very pleased with the levy in my area. I know some people aren't, but it's certainly going to deliver for my area. And this is all about, councillors, that third volume, which is the local board plans that they have all signed off. Thank you.
Right, thank you, councillors. Okay, now I'm going to move to voting. We've got Councillor Brewer's amendment first.
Mr Mayor, I've got two amendments there, the one about the no confidence.
Yeah, look, I don't accept it.
But I don't know if that's for you to determine, though, Mr Mayor.
It is. I'm the chair, and I'm appointed the chair through myself, so I will not accept that as being an appropriate
Well, I think it's more
amendment.
appropriate for you to leave the chair and for
Point
us
of order,
to have that
Mr.
discussion.
Mr. Chair. Is the second amendment consistent with standing orders? That's the basic question.
It's not inconsistent.
Councillors, so far the Chair's provided a fair bit of flexibility to you all. Despite the flexibility, Standing Orders does provide the framework for meetings which we do operate to. Standing Order 1.5.1 advises that a member can move or second one motion only. Under that Standing Order, Councillor Brewer, you have already moved an amendment and therefore cannot move a second.
Oh, well, I'll move it at another item then.
Move it on.
That's fine. Okay, so we've got that amendment there first. If I can...
By division, thanks.
Move that, please.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just a point of clarification with this one.
Yes.
I'm assuming that means that there's a consultative process that goes with this too. I'm assuming that's taken as a given?
Yes, it talks about public consultation. Yeah, it is an annual plan, so I have to go through a consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, councillors, we're voting on the amendment on the screen in front of you. Your Worship.
No.
Councillor Anai.
No.
Councillor Brewer.
For.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow.
No.
Councillor Cooper.
No.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Crum.
For.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Councillor Lee?
Aye.
Thank you. Councillor Penrose?
No.
Councillor Quacks?
Or.
Councillor Stewart?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Watson?
Yes.
Councillor Webster? No. Councillor Wood?
Yes.
Okay, that's lost 19. Move on to the substantive item, and I'll put that as a group.
Could you take line 5 separately, please? I'd like to vote against it.
Okay, so we'll put everything except line 5.
Why we would need not go separately A, B, C, D, E, F?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
I would vote for a good number of those.
Okay,
So,
all right.
Your Worship, this is for the substantive
Yes,
by division?
yeah, that's right.
So what are we voting? Which one now?
Oh, well, no, the amendment, we've
Substantive.
done the amendment. And
Addition to.
we need to move the substantive before we get to the amendment.
Do we?
Isn't that just an addition, Mr Chairman?
That's your
It's
addition.
an addition, not an amendment.
Yeah, it is an addition,
Yeah.
so that's why it's F.
Yes. Yeah.
So, look, you want to vote on each separate, A, B, C, D, E, F?
Yes.
Okay, well, hang on.
It's a whole lot.
Look, anyone can request it. And secondly, do you want a division on every single one?
No.
No.
Just C.
Just
Just
C?
C.
Okay. Right. Okay, A. I'll move that. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against?
No.
No.
Passed on the
Recorded.
voices.
Vote recorded.
And vote recorded.
Recorded.
Right. B,
And
it's passed on the voices and those against recorded. Can you please, after the end of this, just come up and make sure that's
Sure.
noted?
I was against that.
B, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Right. C, by division.
Your Worship,
Aye.
Councillor and I.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cashmore.
Yes.
Councillor Clow.
No.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes.
Councillor Darby.
Four.
Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Crum.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose.
Yes.
Councillor Quacks.
No.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Webster.
Yes.
Councillor Wood.
No.
10-9.
Shame on you.
Right, 10-9, thank you. And
Your mandate.
D, please. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
It's against. E, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
It's against. And
Mr Chair, on if you gave an undertaking that you'd include in the ongoing annual review of the UAGC, and it'd be good to see that in writing as point 7.
No, I didn't.
yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Nothing like an annual vote. Yep.
Just put UAGC.
Annual review of the UAGC level.
Good one.
Yeah. Councillor Cathy, just in terms of 5, we're actually doing that work by and large. So it's a note.
Could we have the word present put in there?
Where would you put it, Councillor Mai?
Well, including present work on.
Excuse me, Mr
I
Chairman.
mean, if we're talking about assets, serious assets like Ports of Auckland or Auckland International Airport or regional parks, I'm out of it.
Yeah. Well, it's just got asset sales, so we're actually doing work that's going through
Not-
into the.
But maybe non-strategic assets then.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just to clarify it.
Yeah. All I'm saying
Given the
is that
optics.
we don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill here, and this is quite general.
Through you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so why don't we put them as a group?
Through you, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
Could we also include RFA, and I'm making particular reference
No.
to the stadium strategy
Yeah.
because it's
No.
being looked at.
No, look, come on.
And there's a
we-
substantial amount of money there.
Yeah, look, we've got
Point
a
of
lot
order.
we've got a lot of discussions to go on through from July on, so why don't we just sort of put this as it is? It's been a long day thus far, and I think this is a comprehensive enough list. So I'll move that as a
Point
group.
of order.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
I'd like to include the word non-strategic before the word asset sales
Second.
as an amendment.
Yeah,
I'll second that.
So what we could do is end up debating this. If it's just asset sales, whether or not they would be non-strategic is something that we'll finalise when we come through with the work.
Oh, well, that's a blank check.
Mr Chairman, it's already in the LTP.
This is just doing more work.
You know, the word non-strategic is always with asset
Already in
sales.
there.
Always has been.
Mr Chairman, it's coming to the finance and performance, the terms of reference, councillors can debate it then.
Actually,
I'm not voting for that.
rather than try and have that debate right now,
Take it out.
just get rid of 5,
Yep, take it out.
because we're already doing this work.
Here we are.
All right? That will make an end of that. Right. All those in favour say aye.
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 It's against? Thank you. I think that's the end of it, isn't it?
Do you want to debate?
It's time for a cup of tea. Oh, yeah, well, hang on. Is that following on from here?
Yes.
Well, hang on. Why don't we just deal with the rates?
Deal with the rates. Yes.
So there they are right there.
Yep.
So this is the work that is critical for us to do. I'll move it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Penny W.
Oh,
All
Mr
those-
Mayor, so this sets the UAGC and everything else, is it?
Yeah, absolutely it does.
Okay, right, and I signalled because I was stitched up before that I couldn't move a second amendment, which is unprecedented, but nonetheless, speaking orders do come in handy sometimes for others, that I move the amendment that I proposed last time, but given it's in this item 16, determining the level of rates, that the governing body expresses no confidence in the Mayor of Auckland as the chair of the Budget Committee. I moved that, and Councillor Quacks is happy to second that. And I'm sure there's majority of support because many other councillors have been talking about a no confidence vote leading up to today, but some haven't quite put it forward, and I'm going to put that one. It's not a full non-confidence. It's in the chair of the Budget Committee role that you have as protector of the purse string, I think you call it.
Yeah, no, I am. Look, Councillor, I started off being very, very clear about what I was going to do today and not, and you've all got your own various views about how I have or not conducted this process, but I have the mayoral right to appoint and not appoint chairs. I've appointed myself the chair of this, and I reject that proposed amendment as being outside of the ambit of your authority. This is my authority, and there's been some discussion here about mayor's powers and all that sort of day, and I'm not prepared to wear that one.
Mr Chair, we
So
have
that
the
is the
authority
end of this meeting.
to have a say on
That
your self-appointment.
I actually, you do not. And so I
Oh,
have
come on.
now made that ruling, and so we will now move to put...
It's totally illegal.
Thank you. We will now move to put the rate, the rating.
Point of order, Mr
Stop,
Chair, can
please.
we get some chief
the number?
executive view on this?
Hang on.
As to when a
Yeah,
no confidence motion, is it for the chair to determine, or do you should vacate the chair?
I have made a ruling.
I wish councillors would support me on this.
I move that the recommendation be put.
You're self-appointed.
Well, hang on. I was just going to do that.
Okay, sorry.
So I'll move that we put recommendation 16.
By division.
By division. Thank you.
It's outrageous that you haven't vacated the
Yep,
chair for
thank
that.
you very much,
I'll
Councillor.
raise it in the next item.
Councillors, you're voting on item 16, the recommendations in front of you by division. Your worship.
4.
Councillor and I.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
Yes.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Crum.
Against.
Against. Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose.
Yes.
Councillor Quacks.
No.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
Yes.
Councillor Wood.
No.
It's carried, your worship.
Excellent. We will now have a cup of tea. Thank you, councillors. We're going to go to item 17. We got Catherine Harland. Hey, Catherine.
Good, thank you.
Wastewater networks.
Now, this is a network bylaw, and Catherine, I understand you're the chair? We had Councillor Brewer and member John Tamahere. Catherine, would you like to just give us a little bit of running dialogue? Helga, good to see you.
Thank you all very much for the opportunity to address you all this afternoon.
Yeah.
And with me on my left is Helgard. Yeah, they know, you know Helgard. And on my right is Ilza Gatelli from Watercare Services, who's worked on the bylaw and process with her colleagues. So today what we're recommending from the hearings panel for you to do is to adopt a single Auckland-wide water supply and wastewater network, and it's another important step in Watercare's mission to deliver safe, reliable and efficient water and wastewater services every day. So it's designed to protect the public networks from damage, misuse and interference, protect the environment and also the health of people using the networks. So taking back to December last year, you approved agreeing that Watercare should consult on the bylaw for revoking the legacy bylaws, that the different ones across the region that apply. So a special consultative procedure was followed with public notification, website information, availability at libraries, service centres, Watercare offices and so forth. Prior to public notification, there were briefings and discussions held with stakeholders, including local boards, Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum, Auckland Utilities Operators Group, Auckland Transport and others. And then as a result of the process, there were 14 submissions received by the 25th of February this year, and one late submission arrived, which the joint panel, as Mayor Len Brown pointed out, included Councillor Brewer, John Tamahere and my colleague Peter Drummond from Watercare Services agreed to consider. So I'd like to thank Cameron and John, who participated in the panel hearings and the useful input that they provided. Arising from the submissions, there were a number of amendments to the draft bylaw recommended, and those are set out in your paper, and I'm not going to go through them in detail. At Watercare's 29th of May board meeting, it resolved to recommend adoption of the proposed bylaw as modified and adding a few words for greater clarity along with the revocation of the legacy bylaws except for on-site wastewater disposal provisions. So I note and fully endorse the recommendations set out to the governing board that appear in your agenda and seek your support for its approval. I'd like to thank everyone involved in the process, including the Auckland Council officer staff and Watercare staff who've made it a process that has been very clear and transparent and collaborative. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Well done, Catherine. Councillor Cathy.
Can you just explain to me about restricted works, what that means? I'm thinking of the pollution of the dam at Whenua by herbicide that leached from the forest. Would that be a restricted activity? Can you just, I've looked up restricted activity here and it refers me to another part of the bylaw. It'd be quicker if you tell me. Restricted works. It's referring me to clauses 8, 3 and 4 of this bylaw.
I might get Ilza to try and address that.
The restricted works are intended to focus on works within the vicinity of the network that could do direct damage to the network itself. However, In that case, there's another clause that talks about contamination of the water supply, and if you give me a moment, I can draw your attention to it. Clause 11 talks about protection of water quality, so I would think that that potentially could fall under clause 11(1), where no person may contaminate or pollute any raw water source.
But when it's accidental contamination, is it a restricted activity? If it's a restricted activity, it will prevent the contamination.
Yeah, please.
It's not really a restricted work if it's...
But the application of herbicide is not a restricted activity near a watercourse?
What was the question?
I'm not sure how we would...
Well, it says the restricted works are works which will or are likely to damage or adversely affects the operation of the water supply network or the wastewater network. So
if I was wanting to apply herbicide to a forest near a watercourse, I'd have to get permission because it's... That's my question. Is it a restricted activity? Because the last time it didn't happen.
Certainly wasn't the intention to apply in that case, but it does potentially provide a legal tool if that were necessary.
It would be, the application though is covered, and it's not that it's directly going into our water source.
Councillor, I think clause 11(1) is actually the operative clause. It indicates that no person may contaminate or pollute any water, etc., or do any act likely contaminate. So that do any act likely would then obviously depend on the facts. If such activity occurred and it was likely to contaminate, then it would be prohibited.
Isn't it easier just to put application of herbicide as a restricted activity near our watercourses?
Clause 8(4) actually had more to do with the construction, etc. In other words, it protects the integrity of the pipe and the network as such. It's more to do with when construction occurs and one may accidentally, therefore, damage it, and that's what the table that follows indicates.
Okay. Councillor Cathy?
No, it doesn't do it for me. Why don't we, under section 11, why don't we say something like the use of herbicide near a watercourse or dam is a restricted activity? That section you're referring me to is after the fact. It's protecting the water supply. No person may contaminate. Well, you don't mean to contaminate if you use herbicide near a watercourse, but that could be one of the consequences, as happened at Hunu.
Again, it's likely to contaminate. So if you were to do such an activity in such circumstances that's likely to contaminate, it's prohibited.
Right. Councillor Wayne.
Yeah, first of all, I just support Councillor Casey in terms of adding herbicides or chemicals to the list of restricted works. I'd suggest it's one of the most common items that has the possibility of contaminating the water supply at source. So I'm supportive of Councillor Casey. And secondly, under restriction on water use, 12(1), where the council considers that its ability to maintain an adequate supply of drinking water, I just wonder why we refer to drinking water. I'd suggest it's water in general that we would be concerned about. Water is used for a variety of things aside from drinking, and many of those things are particularly important. They go to businesses, they go to use in horticulture, a whole range of things. So I just wonder why we have adequate supply of drinking water. I could list a whole range of things that water is used for that are very important aside from drinking.
This bylaw is focused on the water supply network broadly. Everything that Watercare's network provides water for is really the focus of this particular bylaw.
I understand that. So why the reference to adequate supply of drinking water? Why not just leave it as water?
Drinking water has a different definition than just water, because there's raw water. Drinking water is stuff that
Well
can
then,
be consumed.
why not use the word potable water?
Well,
If we're talking about definitions, well, this is a bylaw that we need to get right.
Well, hang on.
Potable water would generally be the expression.
Yeah, councillor. Yeah, just hang on. So, Councillor Wayne, one of the things that I've tried to encourage on a consistent basis is if you've got issues, particularly on technical detail, you should be in touch with the officers. You've got to,
I was given my mind to other things today.
yeah, well, I can relate to that. But Councillor Wayne, this just wasn't about today. This agenda's been out for a while. And so, look, one of the things that I wonder, rather than try and rewrite what has been reasonably agreed, particularly around a very technical issue, is that you take the discussion offline and see whether or not your concerns can be, hang on, George, your concerns can be addressed. Right? So I'm suggesting that, Councillor Wayne, because it might be a bit hard to rewrite what sounds to be a very technical proposal.
Oh, it's pretty simple.
Huh?
I don't mind having a talk offline.
Good, mate.
That's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Chris.
This Chris, thank you. Look, I'm happy to second. Maybe Councillor Brewer,
Yep.
you want to move it?
Please.
But I don't. It's a bylaw that's been through quite an exhaustive process. It's been through a hearings process, and though none of us were privy to that, Councillor Brewer, if needed, might like to reflect
Yeah, I'm
on
happy
that.
to talk on this.
But while I hear the words of Councillor Casey and Councillor Walker, I'm comfortable with the words, particularly under section 11, the protection of water quality, and I'm clear on what 8 means. It's about physical works. That's what that section's about. But that's my take on it. I'm comfortable with the very thorough process that this has been through. I wasn't around the table, but Councillor Brewer might like to tell us what was around the table.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, Councillor Cam.
Oh, look, I would just like to add your comments as to the process that this has gone through, that it came to us back before Christmas, and it's gone through a special consultative process. It's been advertised. Admittedly, it's as dry as chips, but nonetheless, you've done your best to reach out to local boards with presentations. The Mana Whenua, Kaitiaki Forum, and Auckland Transport and others. And I think the most telling thing, Mr. Mayor, and this now being signed off by the Water Care Board, is that it's all about the network and protecting the network, and this is the final phase of the total integration when we revoke these bylaws from 1 July, the legacy bylaws. And the fact that that we had those submissions, I think were there 14 or 15, that the Water Care went away, and then these submitters are not presenting to us today, or didn't even present to us on the hearings panel, because Water Care went away with them. Some of them were caught up on pricing, some of them on access issues and rights, but Water Care laboriously worked through those processes to a point that in the end they were all happy, some of them big industry, some of them small individuals, with the outcome of what is a very technical network bylaw here. And in fact, the only person, and Water Care was very encouraging that they come through, and because we'd set up a panel, please come and have your say, but they said, no, we're happy. The only person that actually did come through was one individual who was actually outside the scope of this very narrow scope here on this network bylaw, but nonetheless, Chair Harland gave him the ability to catch a bus and come and see us and spend half an hour talking about every issue other than what was actually at stake here. So I just want to reiterate the long process that has been 9 months in the making, and the fact that the Watercare have reached out to big operators, small operators, and worked really closely to get to a situation now where we only had one hearing, and that was an irrelevant one. I think we should take a lot from that, particularly when they've given mana whenua and local boards a really good slice at this too. So the process was exemplary, and I certainly commend this to you, again, as a bylaw that successfully completes the integration of Auckland's water and wastewater network. So it's historic in that nature. So this is the final piece of the kind of the Watercare integration jigsaw.
Councillor George.
Well, excuse me. Well, as people that have been involved in the hearings panel and that know that on occasions matters of a technical nature especially are dealt with offline, and that obviously has happened here. But, you know, for Councillor Walker to start micromanaging now, it's not possible. If we'd have to vote it down and send it back to the Watercare, and I don't think that's what we want to be doing here today. So let's just move it and move on. Thanks.
I'm pretty sure that's what I decided, Councillor George.
Well, it sounded like Councillor Walker was...
Right, everyone else have their say?
Just raising valid points, George.
Yep, that's it, thank you.
Or be on the panel.
Why are we here?
Quiet.
I wonder sometimes.
Right, so we'll put...
I wonder the water you've been drinking today,
We've
Wayne.
got moved in a second. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, passed.
No.
No.
Recorded.
Okay,
Recorded
okay.
also.
Item 18. Move 18. A to D.
That was one of your ideas.
No, I don't think we were on. I think
When I saw 15
Right, councillors, we've got the Auckland Council traffic bylaw, a omnibus, a bylaw, Helgard. Good to see you, and Callum. Didn't you chair this?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Look, this is pretty self-explanatory.
Can you-
Yep, and just basically to cover a couple of things off, this is, there's a couple of amendments here, it's just around dates, incorrect dates were put there, so that's been corrected on the screen up there. And I just want to thank Councillors Brewer, Quacks and Member Wilcox. And I know Member Wilcox is in the audience here somewhere, and he did just say to me a wee while ago, was he on this one? He can't remember, he does so many of them. He's done just about everything with some of us, so I just want to thank the troops for that, and we're happy to move it, and I'm sure Councillor Brewer is happy to second it.
Yep, very good. Any comments, councillors?
Just
Councillor Chris.
briefly, I'm actually intrigued by section 11. I'm happy to see section 11. I understood that there was a difficulty due to some government legislation that restricted Auckland Transport from enforcing the parking on verges, and I think it was something that came out of local government New Zealand, where all the provincial councils, the rural councils, thought it was really gung-ho to park on a verge. But now we actually finally have some level of control, as outlined under section 11. Is that correct, Helgard?
Councillor, just to point out the very limited nature of this bylaw, this is a bylaw that does not apply to the Auckland transport system. Auckland Transport has a bylaw that deals with the Auckland transport system. This bylaw is only applicable to land under Auckland Council's control, typically the car parks in libraries or community centres or within reserves or on the beaches that are outside the ambit of the Auckland transport system. So this particular clause does enable Auckland Council to look after parking of vehicles off a roadway where the roadway is within, for example, a reserve. So the bylaw is actually a very narrow bylaw, because the majority of what generally one would assume would actually fall under Auckland Transport, that has their own bylaw that has to deal with this.
Okay, so where you read the word roadway, it's actually beyond the road.
Correct.
Okay, that's slightly confusing the way that word is used, but, okay, thank you.
So, Mr Mayor, I just want to acknowledge Helgard and the team also. They've done a fantastic job, again, on their particular bylaws, and this is a pretty straightforward one between AT and AC.
Very good. Councillor Cathy?
Can you show me where the cycleways have been included into the bylaw?
Yes, certainly. There is, let me just find it. Clause 8D, E, Clause 8(1)E, establish cycle lanes, including contraflow cycle lanes, cycle paths, shared paths, and other special vehicle lanes. Clause 8(1).
Well done.
Right. Councillor
Sorry,
W.
can I just go back to the clause 11 again? So, Helga, we had a situation recently in Silverdale where people were parking on the grass at the park and ride because it was full, and they started getting tickets. So, would this not allow them to park there? I think we gave tickets for about a half a day before the proverbial hit the fan.
It depends again. If I would assume that it's within the bus station area, which would mean it's part of Auckland Transport's infrastructure and therefore not under this bylaw.
Great, thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? No, put that, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, thank you. Thank you very much, Helgard. Move on to 19, which is a off-street policies, transport parking, strategy and final off-street parking delegation.
Your Worship.
And we have, yes, I know that's Rose, but who?
Scott Everett from Auckland Transport, Your Worship.
Yeah, excellent.
He's the
And
Auckland Transport Parking Manager.
Right, very good. There we go.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillors, this is, the report is a refreshed delegation is needed because of the bylaw that you just passed. And it has to come to this committee because bylaws need to be, the delegation needs to come to the governing body. It's a fresh delegation that expands on the existing one that you gave late last year, and the expansion just allows Auckland Transport now to be able to enforce, to infringe on beaches. And the reason why this is necessary is because currently the only mechanism open is towing on beaches, and that's become a problem. Some of the towies won't actually tow. So we've just expanded it to enable Auckland Transport to be able to infringe on beaches, and also it allows them now, with the authorisation of the facility manager and taking into account the views of local boards, the ability to set new restrictions and enforce on car parks associated with community facilities. So they're already able to do that with respect to car parks associated with parks and reserves, and also with libraries. So this is just a slight expansion on those things. The report also asks you to endorse 2 of the parking strategy policies that specifically relate to off-street parking, because off-street parking is within the rights of Auckland Council rather than Auckland Transport. So that's it's a fairly straightforward report. I'm happy to take questions.
Very good. Thank you.
Happy to move it, Mr Chair.
Happy to second.
Right, moved and seconded by Councillor Chris. Anyone want to speak on this? Councillor Chris?
Just very briefly, I have a chat with Rose about this. There are some issues around the pressure of parked vehicles accessing a bus station, and I'm sure this will happen in other parts of Auckland, where the park and ride is now occurring in a car park that supports a community house or that supports users going to a park. And this will address it, and the previous directions would have addressed it as well. But what I've just discovered is that the onus of cost for investigating that and putting in the controls falls either on the parks budget, the community facilities budget, or the local board budget. And I personally don't think that's right. Where the pressure is actually coming from transport, the cost should be borne in the transport budget, which is Auckland Transport. Now, maybe Rose could just expand as to how we got to decide that. I wasn't aware of it, but it is an issue local boards and other parts of our organisation, the core organisation, are grappling with.
So you let me know, through the chair, sorry, you let me know about a particular instance in Sunnynock where the local board was being asked to pay for the cost of a study. My understanding, and Scott might want to speak to this a bit more, is that sometimes that Auckland Council, Auckland Transport will always have a look at what need there is. You know, so it's not just because the facility manager says so. They'll always do their own investigation. Now, sometimes they might want to call in for extra assistance on that investigation. Scott, would you like to comment?
Yeah, through the chair, I think that the costs approach was designed for, say, a library where the library has their own parking demand. I admit that this situation is different because the demand is actually coming from a from the busway station, a transport station. But Auckland Transport's happy to work through the local board and the owner to do an investigation. I think the cost of the actual signage should be borne by whoever the manager of that parking is. In this case, I believe it's Parks in Sunnynock.
Yep.
So why should it be borne by the owner of that asset when the pressure is actually not coming from the owner of that asset? The pressure is coming from transport.
You need bigger parking.
So they're crossing the boundary into a park and using a park and ride, and then there is, to make sure that that asset can be used efficiently by the users that it's designed for, park users and community facility, it has to go to the expense of putting in signage. It just doesn't add up for me. It's an issue, it's unresolved, and I don't think I want to debate this in any length right here, but Mr. Chair, this will pop up in other parts of Auckland as we get busier, and I'd like to see it resolved, and I'd like to see Auckland Transport take some responsibility for a pretty minuscule cost, but it's a major cost for a local board budget.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Cathy?
Well, just a query on the strategy. I'm on page 389, and it's parking enforcement. Parking enforcement services carried out by Auckland Transport include the following, and I'm reading all these things. Is there any enforcement of monitoring of cycleways? Just not listed here.
Through the chair, yes, Auckland Transport does enforce cycleways, so that's vehicles parked in cycleways.
It's not listed in your list of things that parking enforcement does, which is on page 389, so you might like to check that, unless I can't see it.
Which part of the
I'm
which
on
page?
the strategy itself, my page 389, your page 33.
33.
It says here, monitoring all clearways, bus lanes and transit lanes at different stages of the day. I'd quite like to see the word cycle lanes in there. Thank you.
Point taken.
Road rage this morning. I'll meet the complaint tomorrow.
Anything else? Right, I'll move it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. We need to move an extension of time for 1 hour. Hopefully we'll be able to deal with it within that time frame.
Aye. Second.
I'll move that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Asked. Right, now we get into Councillor George's notice of motion. Before you start. Okay, so it's received by me, and it's in appropriate form. So, Councillor George, you are the mover of the notice of motion.
Yep, and my seconder is Councillor Casey.
Yeah.
So,
See my name very often.
notice of motion is written out in there in the order paper, page 9. This was a notice of motion, was similar to a notice of motion that I moved back last year, where the vote was fairly close, 9 votes for, 11 votes against. I think the sentiment of the councillors at that stage was concern about the costs. Well, what I'm saying now is that if it's done in conjunction with the triennial election next year, there will be an infinitesimal amount of cost compared to the mailing out costs and all the administrative costs that go with a a referendum that if it's not done in that at the same time. And under the Local Government Act, there is the provision there for having a joint or tagging on a referendum to the triennial elections. We've talked a lot today about the transport funding alternatives, and I just want to. There was two issues. There's the stuff that went out with the consultation document, which I had concerns about that, and I don't as to whether we were going to get an accurate result, because it doesn't say there was 2A and 2B, as councillors remembered the questions, but there was no, and for some reason we didn't get that. The third option was nil, but that was that one. And then we go to the 5,000 person survey that was conducted by Colma Brunton, where it produced, I think, some quite well. It produced really two results. There was really just two alternatives. One of them was a motorway toll, and the other was a fuel tax. The option with rates, fuel tax and rates. So, and that produced some quite erroneous results, I believe, in that there were swings and roundabouts. Some areas wanted it. I think if you were impacted upon by motorways and that was your main way of travelling, you shied away from the toll and you went to the fuel tax, as opposed to if it didn't affect you. So if you look at the demographics of the results, the 20 to 29 age group, quite amazing, I think, 47% equal both for tolling and fuel tax. And it said in that result that male persons favoured fuel tax rates increases by 56% to 39%, and there were 323 persons that they interviewed on that particular category. So we have here two options which the officers have said, well, the clear option which is favoured is the motorway tolling, but I think that it can throw up some erroneous results. And also, if you look at the elder or the older people, they favour motorway tolls considerably over fuel tax. Mainly, I'd suggest that they aren't the people that are going to be using the motorways. So there's a lot of issues here. I think it gets down to really we're saying, well, I think the Mayor's saying there's just one option, and that's the motorway tolling. That was a clear winner. I think that that needs to be looked at further. And you know, it's been said in the past. Even Mr. Mayor said that back in 2011 was talking about a referendum. So this referendum, I'd ask you to support it. Can be arranged. The officers can go away and do the work and come back with what the question would be. And I think that it would give us a good platform in which to do more lobbying than do nothing and just wait and wait and wait. We're working with this transport accord with the government, and I think that this would be a good measure in order to get good statistics in order to pursue that with the government. If you're doing it as a referendum in the election, it can be teased out down to local board areas, even to sub-areas in the local board, and that's also good information that would help in the collation and analysis of the results. So I ask you to support this concept. Thank you.
Okay, Warwick. We're here to answer any technical questions that you may have regarding to the referendum. I just thought I would make 2 points. The first one is around costs. So we've done some a little bit of analysis on what the costs would be, and it will depend on how the question is asked and whether we do need an extra piece of paper or two in the envelope. It's pretty technical, but basically the cost is associated with the amount of paper that you need to print to put in the envelope and therefore the postage. And then there's some cost in processing the response. So best case scenario would be around $380,000. And if we needed to go up in terms of the size of the envelopes and the postage, it would be about $580,000. So that's the first thing. The second thing with regards to the question is obviously we would need some guidance from you as to actually what question you want to ask to make sure that we get the answers that you're looking for, noting that it is the electoral officer who makes the final decision on A, whether he's happy with the wording of the question, and B, whether he considers it warranted to put some additional neutral information to help voters make an informed choice.
That's very helpful. Councillor George, if I can just add, actually the reason why it didn't win last time was because my view was, and I don't know whether anyone else around the table shared it, but certainly my view was that it's too soon. Of course. I mean, one of the primary reasons why I've worked so assiduously to try and tie the government into a discussion around the table is that the real issue is not how quickly we build stuff or what we bloody well agree on, it's actually how we pay for it. We spent the last 6 hours arguing that.
Exactly.
And the real issue is how you pay for it. And so I and us together need to rope the government with the Minister and the Minister of Finance in particular into the same room long enough for them to agree that we can do something. Not nothing, not bloody rates. Is any media here? God, I'm having it. You know, we have got a real problem. You know, and we're not confronting it. You know, and every time we step up to the mark, we move away from it because it's too hard and it's going to cost our people. And no one wants to do that. And so what I'm trying to do is actually get the government in the same room so, one, we do it together. And do I know whether or not they're going to give us a motorway network charge? No idea. No idea. The first sign that in fact they might is with Bill English saying recently that he would be prepared to consider congestion charging. Now, that is the first sign in 4 years that in fact they might start to think about it, not agree it. And so to spend $500,000 on a referendum where over the next 6 months the government might just say, look, Len, categorically no. We're not going to give you anything. We're not going to allow you any type of alternate funding. Or they might say, look, the simplest way to go about it is a petrol tax, and that's what we'll support. Or they might say, none of the above, they'll agree with Wayne. It's the property uplift. That's what we want to go for.
Well, that's one option.
There you go, I know.
Just wait.
So, and that's what Simon Bridges sort of talks to me about. I mean, I've given you my indication as to where I think we should end up, and the outcome of that work that we did, I think, was a surprise to many, including the government. But it may not be the final end to it. The government might end up saying, okay, we actually quite like motorway network charge. That's the way we think it should go. All right? Now, at that point in time, wouldn't you think it logical that we together sit down and then they say, look, Mr. Mayor, we're just not comfortable with the level of agreement around the community and we actually want to take it to a referendum. And they could pay for it. At that point in time, wouldn't we make that decision rather than have a referendum around the fact that something the government, well, one, they need to agree, and secondly, they might not have agreed. So, Councillor George, in the end, I might end up supporting this. But all I'm saying to you, and you know, it's been a long day, so you know, if you want to spend $500,000 on a referendum, you know, fire away. But all I am saying to you, if we're going to do it, one, we've got to do it right, and you've got to do it with the government basically saying they want to go this way. And at this point in time, there's no guarantee they will. And the second thing is, if we end up going the way of a referendum, and you know, I've had my mind, I know, I've had my mind open to it, and I've been reminded that according to some that I've made promises around the place. I'm bloody sure I never did, but anyhow. But that is an aside. My mind is open, and if you're going to do it, if you've seen how referendums have been done around the world, they're serious. They are real serious business. You get major campaigns going, and it's not $500,000 to send out an envelope. It's a hell of a lot more to do than that. The community, if we do a referendum, we need to engage them. And at the last election, we had 37% of people who voted. So let's presume that, you know, maybe half of them would actually tick the box in a referendum. So that would amount to something like 15 to 16% of our community engaging in a referendum, or 120, 130,000 people. All right, that's where we might end up. To really get them engaged and get them voting properly, on the basis that the government say, yeah, go with the motorway toll, then you've actually got to get a proper, education program going so people know exactly what they're voting for. Now, what we did with the LTP discussion was that was pretty extensive. I mean, some of you aren't happy with it in terms of how much information was there, but you need at least that in a referendum so that people can make an informed choice. So just to roll this out and say, oh, well, you know, blah-de-blah, what might be useful at this time, George, rather than just go straight to it and say we're going to do it, why don't, at the very least, we get a full and proper report around costs and all the rest of the stuff, because we've never done a referendum like this before. So that in the event that the government, if they say yes, and as a consequence of them saying yes, we come back here and agree, yep, we're going to do a referendum, we could organise it properly in a year. And I mean properly. If you're going to do something like this, then we've got to do it properly. And we want to engage with many of the community as possible. Otherwise, what's the point? So, Councillor George, all I'll say is I think that I'm comfortable with the direction of getting a report out and prepping a position that is based on the government actually saying this is the way we're going. Otherwise, we're totally wasting our time and a lot of money. Having a referendum, if the government has said point blank, by this time next year, we're not doing tolling.
Okay, well, I'll talk to my my seconder. Seconder, can I talk to her? And that may if we agree to,
I think keep the work rolling.
Continue. Agree agree to consider. How's that, Councillor Casey? I mean, if we can get to consider a referendum. I mean, they can come back and report back to us if and we can look at it as because we've got 15 months to go.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as if you have to do it tomorrow. Right. And I would say in 6 months' time we'll have a pretty good steer, having had maybe 3 odd meetings with the minister and having done the terms of reference. We'll have a pretty good steer as to whether or not the Ministry of the Treasury are going to strongly encourage this government to go with tolling. Now, you know, and at that point in time, we'll all be a part of that discussion. And if you want, you know, I mean, we've got a meeting with the Prime Minister, the Minister of Transport sitting around this table next week. There's an opportunity, you know, with the transport spokespersons, Christine and Mike, to ask on our behalf and get a little bit more of a steer on it. But I just think that a little bit more time and some work in preparation rather than go point blank to a decision in the event that the government just gazump the whole thing. You know, it could be a lot of wasted time and energy if they just come straight at the top and say we're not doing it. Full stop.
Okay, instead of the wording, then the appropriate mechanisms in B. How do you reckon that? Are you all right, Councillor Casey?
Am I allowed to speak? Or?
Yeah, sorry. Of course. Councillor Cathy, where you go.
Well, you've
Is
missed
there an order? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out whether there's a betting order or not.
Yeah, look, so we've got Councillor Cathy, and then Councillor Alf, do you want to speak?
I thought I was first, but no, that's why I asked.
Well,
please.
No, that's why.
No, hang on. Councillor Cathy is the second.
Second, okay.
I'm good.
So Councillor Cathy, order.
I'll
Councillor
take-
Cathy's the
take your
second, and then we
position.
got Alf,
That's good.
and then we got Cam.
No.
Well, I think I had my hand up about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, you can go too, Chris.
Oh, that was before me, Chris.
Look, I'm
So
sure we
sorry.
can manage this.
You know I've got an amendment.
I've got the seconder, so I think it's appropriate that she speak. And then we've got Alf, Cam and Chris. Is that all right? Look, I'm sure we'll be all right. Everyone will get a chance.
Well, normally there are questions, and I've got a couple of questions before I say anything,
fire
if
away.
that's all right. I find the estimate that you've just put on the table unbelievable, to be honest. The reason that we put this together is it's going out with the triennial elections, which there's a cost there anyway. So all we're doing is putting another piece of paper in the envelope and adding a few more envelopes. So I can't imagine it could possibly be $500,000.
Through the chair, so the cost estimates are based on $100,000 for extra thick books, because we'll have to put some more information.
How many voters?
1,050,000 is the estimate that we're using. It's $43,000 for extra pieces of A4 paper that we have to put in the envelope if we have to go through an extra piece of paper, hence the $380 to $580. It's $196,000 for extra postage. It's $9,000, $10,000 of extra costs for the system that New Zealand Post uses to administer the booklets. It's another $84,000 for our independent election services to process the results to the question. So what we're talking about is basically different costs depending on the thickness of a booklet and whether we can print the question on the voting paper or whether we have to have another piece of paper in the envelope and whether we have to go from an A4 envelope to a C5 envelope. So it's very much technical costs for basically the production of the documentation. I note that the estimate that we had provided for a standalone referendum at the time was about $1 million, just over $1 million.
It just seems to me an awful lot of money for a sentence that might need to go on a piece of paper already in an envelope.
So
Imagine how much it costs for Scotland to have their referendum.
That was a separate referendum.
So is this.
It's not. The suggestion in the recommendation is it's done in conjunction
I
with the
know,
triennial
we can get three for the price of one. We'll do the flag one at the same time. How about that? Okay.
Actually, I seem to have lost my sense of humour, I'm sorry.
I didn't bring mine with me.
Right, so we've got Cathy. Cathy, is there any other questions?
No, I'd like to reserve
Okay.
speaking rights.
Councillor Alf?
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with your commentary around this, and that it is not the time to do this referendum. Totally agree with it. And I think because the government hasn't been at the table for a lot of issues around the long-term plan, it is not the time for it. The discussions need to take place around the terms of reference that we're talking to them about the Accord. And it's, Your Worship, I would sort of consider voting for this, because at the moment I'm not, but I would consider voting for this if all the work, as you suggested, is done for us to bring, and we're more well-informed around it. That is when I would possibly vote for the referendum. What I think is hypocritical and ironic is that we get this now, and it's going to cost about 500, possibly 580,000, and the councillors putting this through are the ones that voted against the long-term plan because it's going to cost money and put it on ratepayers, and I wouldn't be surprised if those councillors actually vote for this, but it's just sort of hypocritical for me. I would rather wait until there's more information for us, and that's really based around the conversations that we will have with the government. So at the moment, and the way it is, I will not be voting for this. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Cam. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Today's been wholly predicated on the fact that we can't wait for the government. And now we're told, let's wait for the government and see what they come back with before we dare to put this to the people. But Mr Mayor, I would remind you, you were saying that, you never promised it. But what you did say in 2011 was, quote, if we had a referendum, then I think that would really clarify things and give a pretty strong mandate over and above the mandate I already have as the city. And you went on to a business lunch as well, and you said that strong community buy-in for tolls in a referendum at the 2013 local body elections would really strengthen the case with whoever was in government. And so to say, oh, let's not use it with the government at this point, I think it's the perfect opportunity to leverage it with the government. You're the first, and others around this table, to waive the LTP consultation documents as to, look at the support for user pays and the likes, and I think this would really strengthen your case. And the timing would be perfect, because as we know, and as well canvassed in this letter, the government are running out the whole transport accord until the local body elections, 3 months plus 12 months. And so to go in after, and they've said that it's a prerequisite for any government consideration of additional funding. So come local body election time in 15 months, Mr. Mayor, they will be ready to look at funding. They would have done the accord, all things equal, and they will be ready. They're not talking funding now because it's not a prerequisite with the accord, it's after the accord. They will be ready in October to talk funding. You will present, as a re-elected mayor, you will present them with the result of the referendum, and it'll reflect, Mr. Mayor, the LTP numbers, but it won't, will it? And that's where the political problem is, because the question will be put there, do you support Len Brown's tolls? And we know what the result will be. It'll be a dire referendum result, and it won't be about tolls, and it won't be about funding. It'll be about something else in that question I just posed. And so there is a huge political risk for you at election time to put a question about more taxes, more tolls in that ballot paper, which people will be running out to their letterbox to get, and intercepting the postie and running off to the post office. They won't be forgetting about it this time, especially after today. And so, Mr. Mayor, if you were confident of user pays in Auckland, as you have said with tolls and regional fuel taxes and that, you would advocate for this, because the timing is absolutely brilliant. The accord would have been stitched, and the government from October 2016 is looking at funding mechanisms. At the moment, they're not prepared to look at funding tolls. In the past, you've said that it would really clarify things and give a pretty strong mandate, and that it would strengthen the case with whoever was in government. Well, wow, imagine going back with a referendum that reflects the LTP consultation, that reflects what the University of Auckland students and Gen Zero tell us, that everyone's into tolls. Wouldn't that be great? But you know that's not going to be the outcome. And so, Mr. Mayor, I think this whole running, saying, oh, let's let the government just take a deep breath and let's not, is not the real reason. I think we need to be truthful here. It's not the real reason you wouldn't do a toll, a referendum on tolls at this local body election. The real reason is it would not strengthen the case. It would desperately weaken the case. And so I think we do need to have a look at it, and I'm pleased it's been dialed back somewhat, because I think the referendum result would make the flag referendum look like universal change, because I think the timing at this local body election time would be brilliant in the transport accord and funding debate, but it would be very poor timing politically, and the result would be universally against it. So I think we do need to do more work on this, again, not because of government timeframes, but because of political realities when you go out and ask people if they support Len Brown's tolls.
Let's spend some of ratepayers' money.
And as for the cost, Mr. Mayor, $598,000 was spent on 7 meetings and preliminary work by the Consensus Building Group, and that was easily defended by you. They've spent millions, that group, writing the report and presenting. So as a cost per voter, 50 cents or whatever it is, I don't think the cost is the main issue here.
The ratepayers'
right. Okay, everyone's got their own perspective.
Exactly.
We've got Councillor Chris D.
Just a couple of questions first. So I heard correctly, the 380 is the net cost of the referendum, but that excludes any information program.
Yes, so between 380 and 580,000, and obviously we would try and be closer to the 380 than the 580. It really depends on the whether we do need to go to more postage and a bigger envelope. It does. The cost only includes basically the production and postage costs, so nothing regarding any public information.
So taking into account that we have a significance and engagement policy now, we're bound by that. And we've talked much about the importance of consultation, not just asking for an answer to a question. Do we have any idea on what a public information program would cost in support of a referendum? Because I think we do need to look at the all-up costs.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't done any work or thinking about that. Obviously, we are thinking about information and communication around the elections, and we would build information and awareness as part of that program.
Okay, we'll get that back if this goes through in the report. Mr. Mayor, I did work up an amendment, and I've just discussed it with my colleague, Councillor Wood. I'm mindful, and I've maybe just asked the Chief Executive, the independent group didn't actually make a recommendation. It actually provided, I think they used the words pathways, options, or something like that. Yeah. So I'm just a little bit concerned. Sorry, I'll just check that. Is that what the independent advisory group came back with? Did they make a recommendation? How do they do it?
Not about the form of the tool. So they provided you advice and left you to make that choice.
So I'm just wondering whether a better way forward here, I'm actually interested in pursuing this because I think we need to put this to bed somehow, and I think at the train election would be a good time. Yep. But I'm also mindful of the work that we'll be undertaking in the Transport Accord, and we've already had it confirmed that when we confirm the terms of reference, we are going to put on an expectation that funding is part of that. Absent in the Housing Accord, but it's going to be in this one. So that's in our briefing, I think, we had that confirmed. That's the line that we're following. So on this, I'm just wondering if the, I do have a, that was my amendment, but it might have to be stripped down. And I'm happy for Councillor Wood to take this. Doesn't need to be on my name. But I probably would like to see that motorway user charge option. I'm using the same words as in the advisory group's report. They don't talk about tolling, they talk about that. Rates and fuel tax option. The status quo, don't you normally test the status quo as well? And then it's the and or options arising from the agreement through the Auckland Transport Accord. Now, I'm happy for the mover and the seconder to sort of digest that. And it's unfortunate this is sort of the end of the day, but this is an important item that we do need to get right.
Well, on the basis that there wants to be further discussion rather than pursuing it through today, and I'm reasonably, I'm comfortable with how we go forward, but I am mindful of the fact that you need to look at what's happened overseas. How have they conducted transport referendums? And there's been a number. And the successful ones work on the basis that people have been properly and fully informed, and they have one choice. If you give them a whole plethora, you'll end up with what you expect, a whole plethora of answers. You need to agree one, and that's the reason why I was indicating that it really does need, the government, particularly where two of them requires government approval. You need to have some indication from the government that one, they're happy to take the discussion further and would be abiding or prepared to accept, the views of the community. But if you go with a whole range of them, so rather than trying to nut it here, George, why don't you pull together 3 or 4 of you and see if you can't put something up that would have reasonable consent, say, for the next GB, something like that. I mean, you can't do anything in the next month.
Next week.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. I mean, what you need is basically a working group, George, to really scope it and get it done properly. I mean, we've got questions about costs and how you'd actually manage it, who would organise it. You know, come on, if you're doing it, it's got to be bloody serious.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, I mean, if, I'm happy to do that, and happy to discuss it with the Democracy Services people, and obviously someone, if we're going to take it further, get some assistance with it as well.
Well, you've got 2 or 3 people here. I mean, obviously Kathy would want to go in as your seconder. You know, Chris seems to be pretty clean. Why don't you take a couple of other people in with you? No, keen, not seen.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Wayne.
I mean, if we are exploring this kind of thing, we should be exploring the tax per kilometre travelled. The state of Oregon next month will be engaging a trial. The legislation is passed through Congress that enables any number of states to have a tax per mile travelled as an alternative to fuel tax, and it also resolves this problem.
Yep. Hang on, stop.
That trial is happening next month.
Yeah. The point I'm making here, Wayne, is it's not so much about what the options are. It's the process around how you would deliver an option. Okay, and so the issues that you're raising are those that need to be a part of the discussion in the transport agreement accord. All right.
The alternative funding group didn't even look at it.
Yeah, I know you feel aggrieved about that, but this is not the time, I think, to actually work through what else could be in it. All I'm suggesting is to actually make some progress that George and Kathy and 1 or 2 others basically prep something that they could bring back to us for a bit more of an informed discussion at the next GB.
Fair enough.
How about that?
Yep. Can I just go back and see what we'd changed the other one to? Well, I mean, I think this is only the first step. I think it really needs to be subject of a report from within the organisation, because Kathy and I and whoever assists us can ponder it and talk about it, but we don't have the expertise, and I think it is a matter that, I mean, that's only, it's requesting our report, we're considering a referendum. I mean, this, yeah, okay, so that's my position.
George? Here we go, Chris. So you actually want to run with this? I mean, what I'm suggesting is that you would have a team to actually shape it, and you'd obviously work with officers.
Well, I mean, I can't get officers to do very much, because I don't have the power to do that. So
well, the decision that we could make here to establish a working party to consider a referendum and bring back a report next GB.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
Right.
And we need to.
A working party consisting of Councillor George, Councillor Kathy, Councillor Chris. Who else wants to be on it?
Yes, please.
Councillor Wayne, Councillor Denise. That's good enough.
And Chris Fletcher.
Chris and Mike are actually councillors as directors on Auckland Transport.
Yeah. Okay, I'm happy with that.
We get the general idea?
Yep.
To consider a possibility of referendum relating to alternative funding, and report back with recommendations to next GB.
Mr. Chairman, I know that Callum Penrose and I have got to go to a meeting with some parks officials have flown up from Wellington, but having been involved with a referenda in Wellington, one of the most important components is the education material, and my understanding is to do that thoroughly, it amounts to a substantial amount of money. The officers didn't really clearly articulate, and we've just had a lengthy part of today on the whole process of consultation. So
non-consultation.
Or non-consultation. So in order for this consultation to have any integrity, there is a major educational component to this. I would like to feel that if we are going to do this, that the group assigned to consider this and report back to the governing body will actually be able to incorporate that body of work as well. Can I get a response from officers?
Yeah, well, that's just, it'll be part and parcel of their report back, I presume.
Just quickly, Your Worship, we confined what we looked at purely to the electoral side of things. So, as you know, a poll is conducted entirely by the electoral officer. It's the electoral officer, in fact, statutorily who decides what goes in the voting pack. So the costs that we've given you include one sheet, one A4 sheet with some background information. We have not looked at the wider community consultation, so I'm just suggesting to Marguerite that perhaps if we involve someone like Kenneth from consultation and engagement and that when working with the working party.
That sounds really good. So George, Councillor George and Councillor Cathy, you've seen the recommendation, are you okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, we'll put it, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Pass. Thank you guys for that discussion. Now, I think it's time to...
Why is there a meeting called? Chair, sorry, Chair, our governing body's still on, isn't it? Because we've got
Going into
confidential?
confidential, yes.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out why appointments were made during the knowing that the governing body is meeting.
Okay. Councillor, hang on, I'm sure that there is a good reason, and it's also useful for us to continue to breathe through our noses.
Item 15 was a little bit longer, wasn't it, than
Yeah,
normal?
it was.
One's gone, one's staying.
Okay, so I'm now going to move into confidential for all of the reasons set out here and before, with those individuals named thereto to remain here. Move that. Seconder, Councillor Arthur. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
It's against passed. Couple of minutes.